Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Asato. President William Ruto said that Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will deputize him in the execution of his functions as allowed by the Constitution and the law. He adds that Gachagua will also chair cabinet committees as well as oversee the implementation of cabinet decisions across all ministries and departments.
He'll coordinate intergovernmental relations between the national government and the county government, including chairing the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, commonly known as IBEC. He will be the liaison between the constitutional commissions and independent offices in matters that require intervention by the national government, including budgets, policy formulation, and implementation of their recommendations. And number 6, he will coordinate the planning and supervise the implementation of development partners' funded programs and projects. And he will oversee public sector reforms and any other functions as I may assign him from time to time.
Ruto also appointed Musalia Mudavadi as the Prime Cabinet Secretary. He says that Mudavadi will assist him and his deputy in the coordination and supervision of government ministries and state departments.
In liaison with the ministry responsible for interior and national coordination, oversee the implementation of national government policies, programs, and projects. Number 3, he will chair and coordinate national government legislative agenda across all ministries and state departments in consultation with and for transmission to the party coalition leadership in both National Assembly and the Senate. He will facilitate interministerial coordination of cross-functional initiatives and programs. He will also coordinate and supervise the technical monitoring and evaluation of government policies, programs, and projects across ministries, and of course perform any other functions as I may assign him.
The President also nominated Japheth Koome Jabere to the position of Inspector General of Police. Koome, if approved by Parliament, will take over from Hilary Mutimbai, who has gone on terminal leave. Koome is the current commandant of the National Police Service College in Kiganjo. Meanwhile, the newly appointed cabinet secretaries have thanked President William Ruto for their appointments. Education CS Ezekiel Muchogu, who has been nominated for the position, was among the first to thank Ruto and his deputy for his appointment, promising to deliver. Defense CS Ednah thanked the president, whom he also referred to as his boss and friend. Agriculture CS Mithika Lintura, nominated for the position, termed his appointment as an opportunity to serve Kenyans from all parts of the country, as well as better the lives of the Kenyan farmer. Ruto has named Kithure Kindiki as Interior CS, Treasury CS Njuguna Ndungu, Gender CS Aisha Jumwa, Water CS Alice Wahome, Foreign Affairs CS Alfred Mutua, Minister for Trade Moses Korea.
Minister for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, the Honorable Penina Malonza. Minister for Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi. Minister for Health, Susan Nakumicha Wafula. Minister for Information, Communication and Digital Economy, Mr. Eliud Owalo. Minister for Education, Ezekiel Machogu. Minister for Energy and Petroleum, Davis Chirchir.
Ruto also made advisor cabinet level appointments. Women Rights Agency advisor will be Arya Shigai, advisor National Security Monica Juma, Attorney General Justin Bidan Muturi Nyoka, and Secretary to the Cabinet Mercy Wanjau. The President said that other appointments will follow in due course. Now, homicide detectives are investigating the death of lawyer Paul Gisheru, an international criminal court suspect who died Monday at his current home in Nairobi. His body was taken to the funeral home for an autopsy. Gisheru's son, who was also in the house at the time of his death, is said to have collapsed after receiving word of his father's passing and was taken to hospital for treatment. Lawyer John Hamino claims that Gisheru was a disturbed man.
He was not, he was not himself. He was in a stressful condition, it appears, at some stage, and so on. For that's what I'm able to gather. And what I'm reading in social media, that he probably ate some food and so on, it doesn't appear to be so. And the son, who is now in the hospital, it appears to me that he was just shaken and struck, seeing his father dying.
Meanwhile, Law Society of Kenya President Eric Theory called on the Inspector General of Police to move at speed in uncovering the circumstances surrounding Gisheru's death. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseda. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
It's about shipping up.
You're my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raised a hand.
all right,
Teacher,
welcome to
are
Wednesday
you
in the middle of the
talking
week,
about
and we're probably looking at heightened levels of traffic throughout today. It's already started on Jogo Road this morning, heading out into the city, and we're looking at traffic as well. Coming off Uhuru Highway into the CBD, let's take a look at what's happening on the Thika Superhighway. That hasn't really begun this morning, but we're likely to see action there in, less than 10 minutes or so as it starts to build up as folks are trying to make their way into town and out of town as well. Coming out of Western, slim pickings, at least for now. We will see a build-up of traffic, and that's for sure later on. Let's keep an eye on things and see how it opens up this Wednesday. Talk to us about where you are and what might be stopping you from moving faster. We'll share that with other people. Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This.
Good morning. How are you doing? Karibu, welcome. Only way to start your day. How are you doing this Wednesday? Ndu here with you. I'm just trying to arrange myself, figure out how things are running this morning. I'm joined by two gentlemen here who will say good morning to you in just a little bit. But here we are starting off Wednesday. It's the 28th of September. Did you ever know that this day would reach as quickly as it has? Yes, it is the 28th, and Karibu to Wednesday. Eric, good morning.
You keep talking, Bwana. What is
To
the
who?
problem? To yourself.
I was talking to myself.
Huh?
Why are you low?
Keep talking. Keep talking. To where am I low? When you go high, we go low.
Sure.
When you go high, you go low. How you doing?
Mimi,
Are you well?
I am.
Very good. Say hi to Bonasias.
Buenos dias. That's how nowadays the greeting near Kwahewa.
Mingi jambo.
Waving from, he's practicing waving from the car.
Yeah.
Na mkono imeshika mlango.
Sio vile inafaa.
City Muga. Hujambo.
Mimi si jambo, sijui wewe, or should I say sijui nyinyi.
Tuko salama.
Mko salama?
Mimi kwa upande wangu mimi binafsi.
Wewe uko bamba.
Kusema ukweli sina maoni.
Very good. Hata sisi tuko. Yes.
Yes. So we saw yesterday, the president was busy yesterday. Busy. Busy. Where? He was very busy. He had a meeting with the outgoing cabinet where they made several decisions. Remember, the cabinet is still in office until these other guys are sworn in, appointed, and gazetted. So right now, today, the Minister for Defense is Eugene Omalo. Just so you know.
Tomorrow, the Minister for Defense will still be
Eugene Omalo.
Even up to Friday, the Minister for Defense will still be
Eugene Omalo.
Just in case.
Yes.
And Minister for Tourism will
is
be
Najib Balala.
Until further notice.
Further notice. So he met that cabinet yesterday and they looked at issues, security, drought situation in the country and other factors. And they made decisions. The cabinet has made a decision.
Which is?
Yeah? On each of those issues, they took a decision on each thing. Thereafter, he came out and said, "This is how I want my cabinet to look like." And then we saw that the two police bosses have resigned. Yeah, they are going home, and we're going to see a shake-up there as well. So we'll discuss that in great detail as we look at the papers, and at 8 o'clock where we'll be looking into this new cabinet. But let me tell you what else we'll be having. At 7 a.m. today, we continue with the conversation about studying in Japan, graduate programs in the field of humanities and social sciences in Japan. Professor Hiroshi Kato is a vice president for International University of Japan. He'll be joining us via video link. He'll be joined by Dr. Ian Karusigadira.
Say that again.
Dr. Ian Karusigadira.
Well done.
He's a lecturer at National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Both of them will be joining us via video link. And of course, in the studio, we'll have Dr. Who? Midori Daimon from the Study in Japan for Africa program. So that is the 7 o'clock conversation. 8 o'clock, of course, we talk about the cabinet. At 9 o'clock, we revisit this conversation about the CDF. CDF has been declared unconstitutional, at least the CDF Act of 2013. The lawyer who took this matter and took it all the way to the Supreme Court, Dudley Ochiel, will be joining us at 9 o'clock. He's a litigation and research counsel. He'll be here with us. We'll talk about, okay, so what is it? There's another case that is before the High Court. He'll explain to us what the judgment of the Supreme Court was, what we are likely to see out of the High Court, or what the prayers are before the High Court, and then we'll talk about that. So tell us about the COVID.
All right, so still looking at 621,216,675 cases of COVID around the world. 5 questions about COVID that we still don't understand, according to scientists. And they're saying that these have come up and the world is wondering about them. They're wondering, one, about the origins of COVID. They're wondering about the evolving of the virus and whether there will be new variants. They're wondering about developing a vaccine that will protect against future variants. Also wondering why some people develop long COVID and why does COVID severity differ by age and from one person to another. So those are the issues that scientists are currently contending with and asking themselves, will we be able to answer these questions in the short or the long term? It's reported by the Washington Post that why these 5 questions are coming up, and unlocking the answers to this will probably be able to deal with this current as well as future should they come up. In all the research that has been done and all that has been produced so far, they've been unable to answer these 5, and they're hoping that in the coming period of time that they will be able to do that. Rising concerns. 19 cases in the UK may be a warning for the US. There are signs that the UK could be heading into a fall COVID-19 wave. We're looking at the temperatures dropping in the Western Hemisphere, and experts are saying that the United States may not be far behind. Again, coming off the back of the announcement or the declaration by President Joe Biden that now, we're looking towards the end of COVID without taking into consideration that the cooler months are coming in concerning fall and winter. A recent increase in COVID-19 cases in England doesn't seem to have been driven by a new variant, at least for now, although several are gaining strength in the US and across the pond. Generally, what happens in the UK is reflected about a month later in the US, and they're thinking that this is what they have been seeing. According to Tim Spector, Professor of Genetic Epidemiology at King's College London, saying that, look, if we're seeing a rise in cases in the UK, you will likely see a rise of cases in the US, and it's not the time to let the guard down, especially since they're going into the cooler months. Kenya still a positivity rate of under 1%, so this is good. And looking at vaccine uptake around the country as of the 27th, still looks good. Vaccines are available. Get your shot, get your booster, and get your second shot for those of you who need to.
Okay. It's the 28th, then you go 29th, then 30th, then you get into October, and then come to the end of October, we'll be running on the Southern Bypass. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon on the 30th of October in Nairobi. And if you want to run across the globe for the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, you still can do that between the 23rd and the 30th. Run wherever you want to run. Just run. Register, get the app, run, record your times on the app, and you will be comparing how you are performing and how you're faring with other people. This is available on NairobiMarathon.com. That is where you do the registration. Remember, we are running for a good cause. 17 minutes after 6. How are you? Where are you? Are you online? Say hello. We'll be saying hello to you shortly.
The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Clear conditions in Nairobi this morning at 14, highs of 27 and lows of 13. It's cloudy at 13 in Nakuru, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 11. 12 degrees and clear in Eldoret. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 11 as well. It's partly cloudy at 22 in Mombasa, highs of 29. And we'll see highs of 29 as well, where it's raining in Malindi. 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 29 and highs of 27 in a clear Kakamega at 15 this morning. It's a rainy morning in Kampala, highs of 27 and lows of 16, and 30 will be the high in a mostly clear Dar es Salaam at 21. 14 degrees and mostly clear in Johannesburg, highs of 26 and lows of 12, and it's raining in Lagos at 25, highs of 28 and lows of 24. It's clear in Kinshasa at 23, highs of 29 and lows of 23. Let's look out into Beijing, where there's a haze over the city at 24, highs of 25, highs of 29, and lows of 15. It's raining in Paris this morning at 12. We'll see highs of 16 and lows of 9. And 9 degrees and cloudy conditions in London, highs of 15 and lows of 8. It's 18 and clear in New York. It'll go to highs of 21 and lows of 13 coming into Wednesday.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Aya, tuambie, nani yako wapi?
Atuti Dan says, good morning, CT. Eric and Ndu already checked in and ready for today's conversation. Peter Wagongo says that Town Centre is listening. And he says, more appointments still coming. Don't lose hope. Who exactly? It's not to lose hope. Okay. Good morning from Doha. Today I have one question for Mr. Latif. What did they season you with? Salt and pepper?
Hata sijui.
Ujui?
I wasn't there.
You just know you're tasty? You were not there when they were seasoning you?
Nap.
Oh, we. Pato Mugo is tuned in from Siokimau in this warm weather using a cold blanket. That's okay. Yeah, cold weather using a warm blanket. Is that what you said? Warm weather using a cold blanket. Okay, I get it. I get it. Excuse me. Dennis Sige is tuned in from Kisumu City. Atieno says, good morning. We are in for the real ride, but the proposed CSs are going to be confirmed judging by how the administration has jipangaed, except for the new docket. Which one is that one?
The new docket.
Which one is the new docket?
It's the new one.
Oh, so
the advisors.
The advisors, right? And the super special.
The super CS.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Kimmy Lily is listening this morning. That's what Amos is. And Carrie says, good morning, present as usual. John is here. Aman Sogole, that name that I like. Haron is also listening. He's tuned in. Good morning, my SpiceFM cabinet secretaries. Okay. Martin, good morning. Beatrice Ngenya says good morning as well. Daniel is present. Alex says hello. From where? Laban is tuned in. Bob Arena also is with us in the house. Mope is tuning from Nyeri County. Hello from Eagle River. It is our autumn fall. Yes, it is. Alaska is always cold. So do you guys know the difference? Is the sun shining like once a month? Muyama. I don't understand. So it's like you guys are in the winter of winter. Robert Bogo is tuning from Mombasa. Idewa France is tuning from Mombasa as well. Kolwen. That Y that comes at the end in some of these names, CT. Do you pronounce it?
Like Rodi Kopany.
Do you pronounce it Kolweni?
Kolweni. Nya.
Nya. You say the nya.
It's not a nia.
Nyama.
It's like Kenya, not Kenya.
So you don't say Kolwen.
It's Kolwenya.
Kolwen.
Nya. The nya
Rodi
sound.
Kopany.
Yes, exactly.
It's making you happy.
No, he's got it.
Yeah, he's enjoying saying it quite often. And Collins Kipsat is tuning from Eldoret. We see all of you, Karibuni-san, and thanks for joining us.
Welcome, everybody. City, are we still in that country?
We are still in that country.
And today is the day of the president and his wives.
Today is the day of the president.
And their spices.
President and his spices.
Yes, he's called Mohammed Bazoum.
Mohammed?
Bazoum.
Okay.
He's a prime minister whose name is even more interesting. It's a lengthy name. One could argue that the name is actually a compound name. Ohumadu Mohamadu. Yes, that's the prime minister.
That's a nice one.
And Niger is known for its
drought.
No. Uranium deposits. Huge uranium deposits. Yes.
Wow.
Okay. Right. If you play push with a porcupine, expect to get sore hands.
Indeed.
If you play push with a porcupine, expect to get sore hands.
Yes.
I like these Nigerians. They're very their lessons are clean. It's you do this, you do this.
They speak to you directly.
Extrapolating, thinking, and if a porcupine climbs a tree, then you must talk to the monkey. None of those things.
There's no whatever for old age. Boom, it will
no
come.
medicine for old age.
You touch a sharp object, you will get hurt. Boom.
You push a porcupine, it'll poke you.
Quisha. It's direct and straightforward.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look at their names. Mohamadu. It's not that complicating.
Mohamadu.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the name of the prime minister.
And the president?
He's called Mohammed Bazoum.
There you go. Simple, straightforward.
See? Boom.
No big wahala.
No big wahala.
Let's look at the papers. Remember, you have a chance to get quick rewards when you buy a Standard newspaper. Flip through the pages and look for the QR code, scan the QR code, and you stand a chance to win either cash, a voucher, shopping voucher, or some branded merchandise from the Standard. What's on the front pages?
All right, the front page of the Standard, the Hustler Cabinet is what is being called. President William Ruto named cabinet, populated with politicians, rewarded for loyalty and brought on board few new faces. They are the people to implement the bottom-up economic model. That's covered on page 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll look into some of those details. It's also covered on The Nation today. Winners and losers in the Ruto First Cabinet. In a ruthless wipeout of the remains of the Uhuru era, the president crafts a heavily political executive by rewarding senior politicians in his Kenya Kwanza camp. But not all got the spoils of the new regime. Kwambie.
Not everybody got spoiled.
No.
The Star.
Mount Kenya wins big.
Big. Eh?
Region gets 7 CS positions out of 22 in Ruto cabinet plus plum IG job.
Well. 7 out of 22.
Right.
And these guys are counting now.
Then Business Daily. The 4 men who could make or break Ruto government. And the 4 men are Davis Chirchir.
Energy.
Professor Njuguna Ndungu.
Treasury.
Mitika Linturi.
Agriculture.
Agriculture. And Simon Chelugui. Cooperative and SMEs.
Bas. Those are the ones.
According to
the Business Daily
article, the Business Daily. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So where do we start? Where do you want to start? The Hustler Cabinet? Tell us about it.
Okay, so
Hustlers.
Sorry. Sometimes the page refuses to turn.
It does.
Okay.
Like now.
Ruto populates the cabinet with political allies as women get 50%. 7 slots.
Okay.
President William Ruto yesterday unveiled his 22-member cabinet consisting mainly of political allies, even as he went back on his word to have 50% female cabinet secretaries. In keeping other promises, President Ruto assigned Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua 7 key responsibilities to, quote-unquote, keep him busy. Okay. Gachagua will deputize the president in the execution of all presidential functions that are allowed by constitution, chair public committees, oversee implementation of cabinet decisions and departments, among other functions. He also honored his deal with the Amani National Congress leader Musalia Mudavadi, appointing him as prime cabinet secretary. Although the post does not have a ministerial portfolio, the head of state termed Mudavadi's position as perhaps the most senior office among the office of the president and the deputy president, and aside various roles. He will assist the president and DP in the coordination and supervision of government ministries and state departments. Follow me so far?
Yeah.
In liaison with the ministry responsible for interior and national coordination, oversee the implementation of national government policies, programs, and projects. He will chair and coordinate national government legislative agendas across all ministries and state departments. Did I just read something like that according to Gashagua's position as well? In consultation with and for transmission in the party coalition leadership in both the Senate and National Assembly.
We look at greater detail and that there's another story of
there's another story of that
line dividing Gachagua and Mudavadi. But what in this cabinet is the hustler? Where is the hustler element in the cabinet? Does hustler have to be individuals appointed into it being of the hustler orientation? And remember what Kipchumba Murkomen, the new CS nominee, has told us. A hustler does not mean you're poor.
It's true, it does not. However, what they're saying that to actualize this hustler campaign agenda was with the naming of Simon Chelugui as the cabinet secretary for cooperatives and micro, small and medium enterprise development.
Okay.
He rose to the presidency on the agenda of helping small businesses through a bottom-up approach that would see them facilitated with cheap credit, lower taxes, and generally a friendlier business environment. He made a point of contrasting the bottom-up, we know this, blah, 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 but they're saying that this appointment in this ministry is what will actually see the hustler agenda brought to life.
So it's the creation of a ministry that is specific for cooperatives and SMEs.
Yes, sir.
So SACCOs and small businesses. There's a State Department for Cooperatives.
Yes.
Under the current, still existing cabinet. It is the Ministry of Agriculture,
the very big one.
Fisheries, Livestock, and Cooperatives.
Exactly.
SMEs are under
SMEs
trade currently.
Currently under trade.
So putting them now together like that now gives us the feeling that this is hustler focused.
Yes. So now this particular ministry
is the one that
will
will
be cooperatives and micro, small, and medium enterprises development.
Okay.
They have their own, and it is through that we will see
things. I guess what we'll be able to tell more is once the nominees are vetted by Parliament and approved, and the President then gazettes them, the first thing that he's going to do is make an write that executive order. Maybe it will be number 2, because he said number 1 is going to be this one on the position of office of Deputy President. But the executive order that sets out the structure of government will then say this particular ministry has X number of state departments and these are the roles of the ministry.
Yep.
Maybe that's why he's going to say the Hustler Fund is going to be anchored under cooperative and SMEs or whatever.
That 50 billion.
The 50 billion shillings.
Yeah.
It's going to be coordinated this way and that way. Maybe he needed to have spent a bit of time just to say, this is how my government looks at the Hustler Promise.
But probably
it's going to come.
Have been necessary, but maybe it will come.
Yeah,
when you hear this.
Because people
exactly.
are asking, so where is the hustler? Because there are those who are expecting just to see, some hustler guy who has been
who has
nominated.
not necessarily been the face of government representation previously.
Yes.
Just to take up this.
If this government retains the CAS position,
CAS,
we are likely to see hustlers.
The hustlers
in
coming
in the youthful sense of the word hustler. We'll see them there because one, the thing about giving positions to the youth is an excellent one.
Yeah.
But there's also the issue of mentoring young people into these positions.
Experience.
Yes, and a CAS position is a good place to start. Yes. Because, yes, the optics may seem good, but what do you benefit by appointing somebody who...
A complete greenhorn.
Yes, his complete qualification, and I'm using the word complete, is that they are young. Okay, they may have some academic qualifications. They may have worked, as we say, here and there.
Yeah.
But a ministerial position is a fairly hefty and a fairly sizable one. That having been said, in this country, the youth bracket extends to around 40 years of age. So just look around the people you see in this picture. Is anybody who's around 40? Youth.
Youth hapo, si ndio?
Hapo youth.
Kipchumba Murkomen.
Youth. Health.
Youth.
This...
Is she under 40? Harriet Chigai? I don't know whether Harriet is below or
this one
40.
is youth. This education guy who seems surprised by his own picture.
Wow.
Ezekiel Machogu.
Yes. You can't tell. It's one of these things where somebody gets to a certain age and it's indeterminate.
Yeah. These are the new names that have just joined the cabinet and people are like, who is this person? Where have they come from?
We will get to know them.
We will get to know them, of course,
Yes.
in due time. 27 minutes to 7. Let's take a quick break so we can take a look at traffic. So now schools have opened. Now everybody's in school.
Yay.
So the day scholars are now on their way to school. So traffic. Okay. Day scholars, if you're stuck in traffic and you have a mobile phone, so you just watch County 49 on Showmax.
On the way to school.
On the way to school.
Okay.
Yeah. So one way is the best way to learn GHC or civics or whatever it's called. County 49 on Showmax. Tomorrow, episode 5.
Boom.
Does the boom on Showmax. Very interesting series. Let's take this quick break.
Building up on the Thika Superhighway as you're getting into the CBD, and as you get towards the Pangani underpass, it's also doing the thing here and there. Coming off of Kiambu Road, we're also seeing some traffic. It's building up. Joga Road started early as usual, and we're likely to see that continue through the day. Juja Road in and outbound traffic is also building up. It's not too bad on Landis as you go towards Kamkunji, and also then onto Haile Selassie. We should be all right. Langata Road starting to build up. We're seeing all indications that it might be a busy day. Going towards North Airport Road, towards the Eastern Bypass, and then onto Outer Ring is flowing freely, at least for now. We'll keep an eye on things. Coming in to look out at Westlands, Waiyaki Way, James Gishuru coming in from Gong Road. That's also looking pretty good. Still early pickings though, so we'll wait and see what happens after 7. But if you're not out, now might be a good time to do just that, so that you don't get held up in what is likely to be crazy traffic this Wednesday. Let's talk, guys, on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So please tell us about these winners of Mount Kenya.
Okay. All right. The story is carried out in page 4 and 5, right?
Of the Star.
Of the Star. I could actually just pick the names and mention them.
So, Mount Kenya, start.
Let me start with Professor Njuguna Ndung'u.
Okay. Number 1.
Alice Wahome.
Number 2.
Mount Kenya, Mountain. Mithika Linturi.
Number 3.
Rebecca Miano.
Number 4.
Moses Kuria.
Number 5.
Mwangi Njeru.
Number 6.
Attorney General.
But enda kwa Kithure Kindiki. Number 7.
Thank you very much. I was going to leave him for last, but now that you mentioned it. Yes. Attorney General.
Attorney General. J.B. Muturi. Yes. Number 8.
Yes, ndio hiyo. Kwisha.
The Secretary to the Cabinet, who is also a cabinet member, right?
Yes.
That becomes number 9.
Yes.
What's her name? You know her. Come on.
I'm looking. It's not mentioned here, bwana. Unasoma gazeti gani?
Hayuko kwa gazeti.
Hii gazeti kuna watu wakaenda kuandika yeye.
Watu wa Star walisahau yeye.
No, walikosa kuandika yeye.
Walikosa kuandika yeye.
What they did was National Security Advisor Monica Juma. Hiyo imeandikwa hapo.
So, Secretary to the Cabinet is Mercy Wanjao.
Wanjao.
Yes.
Yes, that is definitely the mountain.
Yes.
9.
Right? And of course the Deputy President.
10.
Who's a member of the cabinet.
10.
10 out of 22.
It's good.
By far the largest chunk.
Yes.
Is basically coming from there. The largest. Right?
Makes sense.
Now, then look at the other regions. Let's look at North Rift. Okay? So North Rift has Davis Churchill, Sema 1.
North Rift.
No, Sema 1.
Well, Sema 1.
1.
Davis Churchill.
1.
Simon Chelugui.
2.
Kipchumba Murkomen.
3.
Tumemale sana. Tuweke president hapo.
4.
Right?
Okay.
That is
North
Rift. The South Rift then has Soipantuya. 1. Okay? Rift iko na 5.
Dusted.
Yes.
Kuna ingine?
Ukambani.
Okay.
Monica Juma.
1.
Kuna North Rift ingine, Florence Bore, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. So Ukambani, Monica Juma.
Yes.
Umesema 1.
1.
Dr. Alfred Mutua.
2. Penina Malonza.
There's Penina Malonza.
3.
There was another one.
You just keep looking.
Just keep looking.
Yeah, you may just come across it.
I will keep looking. Maybe not here. Haya.
Haya.
Coast. Salim Mvuria.
1.
Aisha Jumwa.
2.
Endelee. Western. Musalia Mudavadi.
1.
Harriet Chigai.
2.
Susan
Wafula.
3.
Ababu na Mwamba.
4.
Tumeenda hapo. Haya. Which other region don't have? Northeastern Province.
1.
Aden Duale.
1. You can repeat the name twice so that it gets it too.
But for all intents and purposes.
Right? Is there any regional? Oh, yes. Nyanza.
1.
All right? No. Iko Elio Dualo.
I said 1.
Ezekiel Machogu.
2.
Haya. Funga.
Ndio hiyo.
Face of Kenya.
Face of Kenya ndio hiyo. Ama?
Face of Kenya. The only thing we don't have is Upper Eastern.
Upper Eastern is where exactly?
Uko Isiolo into Marsabit.
0.
Those ones we don't have.
Sorry.
We don't have that.
And we also don't have Mombasa County.
We don't have Mombasa County.
Yes. And yet...
We also don't have Lamu, someone like Antana River.
Yes. But
and Taita Taveta.
Yeah.
But Coast has
but
two.
Coast is represented, is it not?
It doesn't work that way.
Of course it doesn't work that way, but again, let's use that phrase. For all intents and purposes.
See, Coast is represented.
Yeah, it's represented.
Yeah.
Just like Nyanza
is represented. Whether you want to say
you
it's
want to ask us
Kisi,
about
Nyanza, Luo, Nyanza, it doesn't matter.
Kuria,
It's
Nyanza.
Yeah.
So niwache maneno mengi.
It's not about the Suba and the who.
Forget.
No.
Nyanza
is represented.
Okay.
Okay?
So?
Yeah. So Mount Kenya has that chunk.
10.
Start with Meru. 2. No, Meru has 1. Tharaka-Nithi has 1. Embu 1.
Salt in the wound again.
10.
Kirinyaga has 1.
10.
Nyeri has 1. Muranga has 2. Kiambu has...
Don't joke.
10.
In fact, the thing about this, we are seeing new improved. From MCA. Direct.
Jew.
You don't even, this one just goes straight.
You don't collect 200.
Don't collect 200.
This one you collect 200.
Yo.
From MCA to CS, you collect 200.
2,000.
In fact, you collect 2,000.
Higher. So the president told us that he had received 2 resignations. One is Inspector General of Police Hilary Mutyambai, who wrote to him and said, you know, Mr. President, due to my health condition, I would like to proceed on terminal leave. My term of office is about to expire in the next, 6 or 7, 8 months, right? Next year. For that reason, let me give you time to reorganize government and also reorganize this part, okay? And so the Inspector General of Police sent a resignation. The president accepted it and told him, all the best. Please proceed on terminal leave. Please continue earning a salary for the next couple of months. You have full government perks as you take care of your health. The other one was Mr. Kinoti, who is the Director of Criminal Investigations. He resigned. The president said, Sawa.
No problem.
Terminal leave, those are details. You go home.
No questions asked. No
It's
ifs
not,
maybes.
those things. No, go home. Now, the question is, did they resign or was this a purge?
Does it matter?
No,
not really.
If they willingly sent their resignation, they're like, you know what, I feel I have other interest. I want to pursue lighter duties and so
Look,
is one. When you are impressed upon to leave, something else.
You know,
that is
It's
true.
basically telling you, I have no faith in you. You know, the other one could be,
Can we have a conversation
actually
about
wanted
how
you to
you could
stay,
stay
but,
on?
yeah,
You know,
but Mr. President, it's because of my health.
we cannot run away from the sentiments of the president pre-election about these 2 gentlemen.
Yep.
DCI Kinoti, IG Mutyambai, he was extremely vocal about both of them and about how he felt about their incompetencies and how they were used for what he called a witch hunt on his person. That cannot be ignored. Whether you want to call it a purge, whether you want to call it an acceptance of their resignations, you cannot run away about how he was not shy about how he felt about these particular gentlemen, both of them. He said it on many occasions. He did not hide his feelings. And if you want to thread that into this current narrative, I say feel free, and you wouldn't be far off the mark.
The thing that is interesting about such positions is that what we've observed over the years is that certain people in certain positions retain that position irrespective of who comes into power.
True.
Yeah.
So this is new. 2 security bosses resigning, new.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, because of the utterances that are attributed to the president when he was deputy president and gunning for this particular position, since it's on public record and it's there for anyone who cares to think about or read or hear, yes, one can allude to it strongly and say perhaps the writing was on the wall and the 2 gentlemen understood that perhaps it was in their interest not to continue holding those positions. All right? Now,
They're not stupid.
well, yes and no. Yes and no. You see, if indeed they did take sides, then it would be incumbent upon them to resign. But then given our politics, and if one were to be realistic, since when does anybody in such a position go against the appointing authority? Tell me. Because the president will appoint his own people.
Yeah.
And when we have a political competition like the one we've just had, and there is somebody who is vying for the presidency and has a feeling that those who have been appointed are against him.
Yeah.
So are we then to expect that should this person who is telling the presidency becomes president, that these other people must then resign?
No, but I'm saying in this particular case where you talk about a novelty in terms of something like this where both of them have resigned in this manner. And we're not talking about your low-level positions. My goodness, we're talking about the head of the DCI. We're talking about the head of the police service. And I'm saying President Ruto pre-election, many occasions spoke about these 2 gentlemen and how they were used and in some cases made decisions on their own against him.
Yep.
Okay.
The likelihood of them being comfortable in this position when he comes in, knowing full well that the possibility of them being replaced was very high. At the same time, remembering the very many things that were said or then suggested about their manner of handling him.
You know why I
and his friends.
You know why I'm arguing thus? If we're to take that argument to its logical conclusion, then you would say that when the behavior of someone displeases you and they're in a position of authority, when a new government that believes that those in that position of authority worked against them, then if you assume a position of power, then they should resign, which would therefore mean, let's say we have an election, when we have an election in 2027,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And somebody who was in Azimio then becomes president.
Yeah.
Should all the judges in the Supreme Court resign?
Well,
I'm simply saying this.
They should really go home and sleep
and
on it.
really think about it. These guys resigned before they got a chance to be removed.
The thing about the police service, though, okay, the constitution as it was drafted and enacted, and then the initial laws passed, was to have an independent police service, right? Which is answerable to only the Public Service Commission, Police Service Commission. And the Inspector General of Police is then picked by the Police Service Commission. In fact, that's how the first Inspector General of Police was picked, by the Police Service, by a selection panel, empaneled by the Police Service Commission. And then Uhuru Kenyatta takes over, finds an IG of police, finds a Police Service Commission, finds the police trying to operate independently. Westgate happens. Insecurity incidences happen. Sijui a random grenade is thrown somewhere in Gikomba
or in
Uhuru Park at a rally, or somewhere in a bus stop at OTC and such, So when those things started happening, not OTC, it was the other Nakamba. When those things started happening,
OTC was during 1975.
Yes.
When JM.
When JM.
Yes.
When those things happened, then the president started to feel, okay, so you mean to tell me the people have given me the power and mandate and they have an expectation that I will guarantee their security. but I cannot direct the police. And there was that whole conversation. That's why there was the amendment to the security laws.
You see, now
does it make sense, though, that, the president should have some say in the operations of...
Look, even when you had a committee determining who the IG was, the president did have a say. The president always has a say. Mm-hmm. The issue that we keep dealing with is the presidency in this country wants us to claw back these gains, and they want the autocratic position that previous presidents have, where you not just you have a say, you have direct and only say. You appoint and you sack, you decide. The 2010 Constitution was supposed to get us away from this.
Why?
Accountability, sir.
Yeah. The president, the number one issue for the president's accountability is securing the people.
Yes.
Guaranteeing security.
And you believe that if he
That's why today we are looking at Ruto. Why are people being killed in Pokot? Why are people being killed? We ask Ruto.
We're going to ask Ruto, but that question is an unfair question.
Yeah.
It's an unfair question because every president we've had in this country has had to deal with that particular question, and none of them have been able to respond to that question adequately. So to pile it onto the current president as though he invented banditry, no.
We expect him to solve it.
We do expect him to solve it. But I'm saying that it's a question that for us to ask it, and to ask it not just realistically, honestly, it is a question that you don't ask the president in terms of the security. The question ought to be, among other questions, who are the economic beneficiaries of this enterprise? Because banditry is an enterprise.
Okay, let's not talk about that specifically, the Pokot. Let's talk about insecurity.
It's an enterprise.
So there's Mungiki that sprung.
It's an enterprise.
There's whatever insecurity in Nakuru.
It's an enterprise.
The people of Nakuru ask the question to their president. Why is there a gang that has started just operating here and killing people? Whether it's an enterprise or not, who's answerable to the people? The president. And then now the president's hands are tied because the Inspector General of Police, much as the president may think is the most incompetent buffoon on earth, didn't appoint, can't fire.
Unfortunately, you don't stop with the IG. You go to all these constitutional offices and you ask the same question. It is the reason why there's tenure in the offices of the Chief Justice, in the office of the Attorney General, all these positions. It's for that reason. Yes. And there are ways of getting rid of these people. The president may not directly say, I've hired you today, I'm going to fire you tomorrow. But there are ways of ensuring that these people are gotten rid of. I'm simply saying there's a greater good that was served by ensuring that there was this element of accountability. Because in the absence of that, the thing that you then have is an appointment where the allegiance is not to the people, it's the person who has appointed you.
That's true.
And that is where we have a problem.
That's what we were getting away from.
Yes.
And that is what Ruto was complaining about during the campaigns, that the police are being used to harass people.
You see,
the whole issue was the person who is the president using the security services.
That's our political culture, where even when a committee appoints you, you still count out the president. It has nothing to do. The thinking behind it was sound, very, very sound, and with good reason, and with a long-term experience of something which was contrary to that. Yes.
Okay. Ndu.
Yes.
What other stories are there in the papers?
Okay, so of course, the education question comes in, and I just want to go back to remember how there was this training issue on roles for teachers and coming from the TSC, and it went to court. Now, the court has given the TSC to go ahead on teacher training plan. The government can now proceed with the rollout of the teacher professional development program after the court dismissed a petition challenging its implementation. The Employment and Labour Relations Court sitting in Nakuru has given the TSC the green light to continue with the execution of the program after finding the process to be in line with the Constitution. Justice David Nderito dismissed the petition of Mr. Joseph Ngeve Karanja, said to be an education consultant, filed for lack of proof. The judge said that Mr. Karanja crafted a petition alleging violations of specific constitutional provisions and articles, but failed to provide sufficient evidence to prove the said violations. TSC had announced the launch of the training on September 22nd, 2021, requiring all teachers registered with the Commission to undertake the 6-module course that would form the basis of their promotion and employment going forward. And remember, there was the contention, right? Where will these trainings take place? I believe 4 institutions around the country had already been earmarked. The question of, so who was going to pay for this? Would the TSC then pay for a training that you're requiring your teachers to go through? And then at the end of the day, it was that teachers had to bear the responsibility in terms of cost. Each teacher was to pay 6,000 shillings for each module, which would be valid for 5 years before taking the next module. It appointed Mount Kenya University, Kenyatta University, Riara University, and the Kenya Education Management Institute to offer the professional training. And this is a mandatory training. Well, look, if you want to get promoted or if you want to be able to get to the next level of your career, then you had to take it. However, Karanja had moved to court on the 27th, 2021, September, seeking to stop the implementation of the program, citing lack of public participation and violation of teachers' rights. And there was up in arms, for example, number one, why were these 4 universities or why were these 4 institutions the only ones earmarked? Could anybody else get in on this cake? But then the other more contentious issue was there are 6 models. You're basically asking for 36,000 shillings. Why should teachers have to pay for this? But now the court has gone ahead and say, number 1, go ahead with the training. These
Number
4
2,
institutions will get it. That's number 2.
And
number
the
3, every teacher will pay
teacher
for their
pays.
own. That's it.
You're teaching yourself, you pay for your own teaching. Okay, anyway. So, another story then from courts. The High Court has reversed the gazettement of Chepkitale National Reserve that was done some 22 years ago, saying it flouted procedure of converting community trust land into a national asset. Justice Boazola of the High Court in Bungoma on Monday said the legal notice was unprocedural and struck it out, reverting possession of this reserve on the edge of Mount Elgon to the Ogiek and the Ndorobo communities. Say hallelujah.
Amen.
The evidence by the Ogiek and the Ndorobo community, which has not been rebutted, creates no doubt in my mind that prior to its conversion into a national reserve, Chepkitale was trust land held by the Mount Elgon County Council in trust for them. According to Justice Olao, 6,000 people who had sued Bungoma County and the Attorney General seeking to repossess the land are right. The judge cited a letter drafted by the now defunct council that had alluded to the fact that the process of converting the community trust land was breached as another reason that the reserve has to be degazetted. Justice Olao also awarded the Ogiek and the Ndorobo communities cost for the suit. The 2 communities, through their representatives, Peter Kitelo, Fred Matei, and Eric Kapsin, had sued the county government of Bungoma and the AG over possession of the land after being evicted. In the amended suit of 2019, they sought several remedies, including having their land returned and the cost for the suit, among others. So here is another minority community going to court and saying, you know what, we were dispossessed of our ancestral land. This was not done procedurally. We were not even compensated. And no, we need justice. And the court says, indeed.
You do, and here it is.
This was your land. If it was to be converted into a national trust, then into a national asset, then due process ought to have been followed. In this particular case, it wasn't followed. So, degazette that national reserve and let the Ogiek people go and live there. Next thing, the Ogiek will ask for title deeds.
And they should be given.
Actually, Pandora will have many boxes being opened. You see, it's a tricky thing, though. It's a tricky thing. How far back into history do we want to go?
Not very far, because we've run out of time.
Touché, monsieur, touché.
Touché.
Okay, we'll discuss this. Of course, we'll see many more of these cases and such stories. And in fact, maybe one of these days we should invite somebody from these communities. Come and take us through. Yep. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about studying in Japan. Graduate programs in Japan will be joined by 2 people from Japan and 1 person in the room to talk about this. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, live on SpiceFM. 30th of October is coming. Ndu is preparing. City is ready. I am warming up. We are going to be participating in the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. More details coming up. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto named his first cabinet after winning a divisive election in August and defending his narrow victory in the country's highest court. President Ruto unveiled his new administration after calling the 26 ministers and cabinet-level appointees to a meeting at State House, Nairobi. Among those appointed were political allies whose support helped ensure Ruto, who served as deputy president in the former government, take the top job after the acrimonious campaign. Ezekiel Machogu, Eden Duale, Mithika Linturi, Kithure Kindiki, Njugunandu, Aisha Juma, Alice Wahome, Alfred Mutua, Moses Kuri and others have been nominated for appointment.
Minister for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, the Honorable Penina Malonza. Minister for Agriculture and Livestock Development, the Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi. Minister for Health, Susan Nakumicha Wafula. Minister for Information, Communication and Digital Economy, Mr. Eliud Owalo. Minister for Education, Ezekiel Machogu. Minister for Energy and Petroleum, Davis Chirchir. Minister for Youth Affairs, Sports and Arts, Honorable Ababu Namwamba. Minister for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development, Simon Chelugui. Minister for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, Salim Mvuria. Minister for Labor and Social Protection, the Honorable Florence Bore.
Ruto also made advisor cabinet-level appointment that has seen Harriet Shigai nominated to be Women Rights Agency Advisor, Advisor National Security Monica Juma, Attorney General Justin Muturi and Secretary to the Cabinet Mercy Wanjau. The President said that other appointments will follow in due course. Meanwhile, President Ruto has further said that the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua will deputize him in the execution of his functions as allowed by Constitution and the law. He adds that Gachagua will also chair Cabinet committees as well as oversee the implementation of Cabinet decisions across all ministries and departments.
He'll coordinate intergovernmental relations between the national government and the county government, including chairing the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, commonly known as IBEC. He will be the liaison between the constitutional commissions and independent offices in matters that require intervention by the national government, including budgets, policy formulation, and implementation of their recommendations. Number 6, he will coordinate the planning and supervise the implementation of development partners funded programs and projects, and he will oversee public sector reforms and any other functions as I may assign him from time to time.
Ruto has also appointed the ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi as the Prime Cabinet Secretary. It says that Mudavadi will assist him and his deputy in the coordination and supervision of government ministries and state departments.
In liaison with the ministry responsible for interior and national coordination, oversee the implementation of national government policies, programs, and projects. Number 3, he will chair and coordinate national government legislative agenda across all ministries and state departments in consultation with and for transmission to the party coalition leadership in both National Assembly and the Senate. He will facilitate interministerial coordination of cross-functional initiatives and programs. He will also coordinate and supervise the technical monitoring and evaluation of government policies, programs, and projects across ministries, and of course perform any other functions as I may assign him.
The President also nominated Japheth Koome Chebere to the position of Inspector General of Police, and if approved by Parliament, he'll take over from Hilary Mutyambai, who has gone on terminal leave. Koome is the current Commandant of the National Police Service College, Kiganjo. And homicide detectives are investigating the death of lawyer Paul Gisheru, an international criminal court suspect who died Monday evening at his home in Nyeri, Nairobi. His body was taken to the Lee Funeral Home for an autopsy. Gisheru's son, who was also in the house at the time of his death, is said to have collapsed after receiving word of his father's passing and was taken to hospital for treatment. Lawyer John Hamina claims that Gisheru was a disturbed man. Meanwhile, Law Society of Kenya President Eric Thauri called on the Inspector General of Police to move with speed in uncovering circumstances surrounding Gisheru's death. We continue to follow up on this developing story, and we'll be bringing you the very latest in a subsequent news bulletin. I'm Dennis Asedo. Good morning.
Spice FM,
All right,
Nakuru.
After 7 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic having built up on James Gishuru on the western side of the city, going out towards Wayaki Way. That's really heavy, starting to spill over, and coming off of Naivasha Road, Gitanga Road, Gong Road, now heading in that direction. We're likely to see that craziness continuing. Gong Road is going to feed into the city as well. Coming off Haile Selassie is also pretty busy, and the Thika Superhighway, like magic, has become a bumper-to-bumper situation. It's happening on Kiambu Road, really busy this morning, and Limuru Road as well has started to build up. So we're likely to see a really busy morning as far as traffic is concerned. Schools are now open, and everybody's back in full throttle now. So that means there'll be more traffic on the roads this morning. We'll keep an eye on things. Let's keep it safe as much as possible. Talk to us about what you may see or experience that we need others to know about on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning and welcome to the second hour of The Situation Room. This time on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and online on YouTube and Facebook. We want to talk about studying in Japan, particularly graduate programs in the field of humanities and social sciences. Joining us in the studio is Midori-san. Before we introduce and welcome her, and also welcome those who are joining us via video link, Waziri C.T. Muga has the day's proverb.
Okay. If you play push with a porcupine, expect sore hands.
If you play push with a porcupine, expect sore hands.
Mm-hmm. In fact, one could argue you're guaranteed sore hands. Yes.
Play push with porcupine, expect sore hands. This is from which country again?
Niger.
Niger.
Whose capital is Niamey.
Niamey.
Yes.
And whose president is?
Mohamed Bazoum.
Their president is a Bazou. Okay. All right. Dr. Midori Daimon from Study in Japan for Africa program. Good morning. Mzuri sana, hujambo, sijui, hatujui wewe, sisi, hatujakuona siku mingi sana. Siti alikuwa ameenda, amerudi. How are you?
Sijambo sana.
It's good to have you on the show again.
Okay, thank you very much for welcoming us.
Yes, that proverb, have you understood it?
Not yet, actually. Porcupine, what is that?
You know that animal that has like spikes?
Ah, okay.
Not the hedgehog, the bigger one, the porcupine.
All right.
Right?
And then?
And they're really prickly.
Yeah.
So if you touch one, what do you think is going to happen?
It's
It'll poke
stinked.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what it says. You play push with that animal, expect to have sore hands.
Yes. Oh, So you have to be careful
Yes.
when you see
Very careful.
something.
First, know what you're playing with. So you expect there.
Yes.
Choices have consequences.
Oh.
Once you know what you're playing with, then you can play with it.
Then you can play with it.
Yes.
You know how best to play with it.
Yes.
Today we want to talk about graduate programs in the field of humanities and social sciences.
Yes.
We've talked about other science and engineering courses. Now today it's about social sciences. Just bring us up to speed, those who are joining the conversation today, studying in Japan and why studying in Japan is something one should consider.
Now, firstly, we have like 1,500 sub-Saharan African students there, but we would like to increase more and more. And then especially, as you know, like Japan is somehow popular as a as a country with good high quality technology, I mean. Yes. So many students now studying in science field.
Yeah.
But I'd like to also emphasize the field of humanities and social science, such as business and administration, or management, or even political science. Yeah, those fields. Yes, that is why I'm here to invite the university, which has strong department in that field. Yes.
Okay. So we have two guests who are joining us.
Yes.
One of them is from the International University of Japan, and the other one is from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Dr. Ian Karusigarira is a lecturer at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, and Professor Hiroshi Kato is the Vice President at the International University of Japan. Good morning to both of you, gentlemen. I want to start straight with you, Dr. Ian Karusigarira. Good morning. I think it's afternoon for you. How are you?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon for everyone near and far. My name is Ian Karusigarira, and I'm a lecturer at a graduate school called GRIPS. I'm happy to be in the studio. Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. Tell us about your institution.
Oh, yes. Actually, this is a very timely show because we are actually celebrating 25 years of existence at GRIPS, National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. And it has been in existence for the last 25. But particularly, I'm mostly interested in my program called the G-Cube. G-Cube is like 3 Gs. GRIPS Global Governance Program. And GRIPS Global Governance Program has 3 concentrations. One is, I would say, International Development Studies. The other one is Growth and Governance Studies, and the other one is Security and International Studies. So whichever concentration you take will determine what kind of courses you do at GRIPS. Either way, we focus on mainly the government career, mid-career officers who definitely would have to contribute to the development of our government in Africa. I must also submit that since it's in initial stages, its initial inception, GRIPS has already graduated more than 60 graduates, and a vast majority of these might come from sub-Saharan Africa and Africa in general. So it's our institution, and definitely I would want to implore most of the students, especially those interested in governance and in general practice of government, to come and take interest in this kind of program. Other than my program, we definitely have other courses. We have master's courses. Like I said, the G-Cube has 3 concentrations. But outside the G-Cube, we have also the master's program within GRIPS. One is Young Leaders Program. The other one is MP1, or we call it 1-year master's program of public policy. The other is 2-year master's public policy. Same program, but one is 1 year, another one is 2 years. And we also have macroeconomics policy programs. We have public finance program. We have economics planning and public policy program. We have disaster management policy program, maritime safety and security program. All these master's programs. You can go to our website and check these programs, and then you can find a way how you can enter. Just in a brief way to introduce myself.
Okay.
We also have PhD programs other than the GQ. We have 5-year program which starts with masters throughout the PhD, and that is policy analysis program. We also have disaster management program, which also connects to the masters that relates to disaster management and so on. We also have science, technology, and innovation policy program. All these are associated with how we can deal with enhancement of policy in a changing global context.
Okay. We'll talk more about your institute and the programs that you're offering. Let's first introduce and welcome Professor Hiroshi Kato. He's a Vice President at the International University of Japan. Professor, good morning, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Jumbo, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Yep. So tell us about your university, the International University of Japan.
Okay. There are several things that I want you to know about our university. Let me give you an overview of the school. It's a fairly new university, created only 40 years ago, 82. We are celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. And second point, it is a graduate school only university, like the GRIP. We don't have undergraduate faculty. We have two graduate schools. One is international relations, the other international management. This international management is basically business school. And a third point that I want you to know is it is a very internationalized university, which makes IUJ a very unique university compared to other Japanese universities. Our faculty members are very international, and the Japanese faculty members comprise only 1/4 of the total number of faculty members. And 90% of our students are from abroad. And actually, we welcome students in 50 countries around the world. And fourthly, we are very much committed to the human resource development in Africa. And I may have time to talk more about this, but we are proud of having been a university which has been very active in receiving students from Africa, including, of course, Kenya. So that's an overview of our IUJ, and if you allow me to do so, I'll be talking more about our university later. Thank you for having me again.
Can you explain why it is the university was set up in the first place?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I forgot to mention that IUJ is very unique, where all the courses are taught in English. And this is not very common in other Japanese universities. Maybe GRIPS might be an exception, where a lot of courses are taught in English. But, IUJ is the first university in Japan where all the courses are taught in English. And the reason why they have established this school 40 years ago is that there was a strong commitment from the private sector. In the 1982, back in the 1980s, Japan was growing very rapidly and emerging as a world economic powerhouse. Unfortunately, however, the Japanese people at that time were not able to speak in English and discuss and debate with international leaders. So the business leaders at that time thought that it might be a good idea to create a university where all the subjects are taught in English and where both Japanese and international students study together, and to develop friendship and develop strong bonds. And that's why the university came to be created in 1982, and that spirit remains even today. So, as such, this university has all the courses taught in English, and it has several programs concentrated in social sciences, such as international relations, economics, and public policy, as well as business administration. So, strong commitment from the private sector was a short answer to your question.
Now, the focus seems to be on social sciences, if I get you right.
Yes.
Why is that?
Oh, well, maybe this is my personal interpretation, but I think the founding fathers of our university thought that young leaders of Japan must be prepared to have abilities to discuss various issues of international importance, such as international relations, development, and business administration in English. Whereas Japan, as Midori-san was saying, Japan has many excellent universities which excel in natural sciences, engineering, and technologies. So my interpretation is that the founding fathers of our university thought that these subjects of social sciences must be the prioritized subject for young leaders, future leaders of Japan. That's my interpretation.
In terms of the cost of studying in this international university, how do you compare with other international universities, say, in the world? Is it cost effective? Is it something that someone can afford with great ease, or is it something that you need to have the entire community contributing for you before you study?
That's an interesting question. Yes, you can say the cost of studying at IUJ can be expensive or inexpensive, depending on which university or which universities you compare IUJ with. If you compare IUJ with, say, first-class prestigious universities in the United States, definitely IUJ is less expensive than such universities. And compared to other universities in Japan, maybe IUJ is on the expensive side. Being a private university, unlike the GRIPS, which Ian Sensei represents, IUJ is a private university, and we need to maintain, the financial foundation of our school. So our fees and other costs tend to be more expensive than many of the Japanese universities, which are national or state supported. But I hasten to add that IUJ has a number of scholarship opportunities. So you can rely on the Kenyan government scholarship, Japanese government scholarship, or scholarships provided by public organizations like JICA, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, with which IUJ enjoys a very friendly relationship. And actually, we have many students sponsored and supported by such public institutions. So, in a nutshell, although in terms of the amount that you find on the catalog of our university, yes, our university is relatively expensive university compared to other Japanese universities. But when you come, from the perspective of individual enrollees, students, you might not find IUJ such an expensive university to study at.
Coming back to you, Dr. Ian, also looking at some of the things that you talked about, the GRIPS program. So which students then are you targeting? Which interest group of students would you say would fit well into this program?
Yes, well, a very good question, and it points to exactly what we do at G-Cube. At G-Cube, within GRIPS, we are focusing on government officials and international organizations across the world. At the moment, we are very interested in applicants from Africa because we think we need more capacity We need to improve the way we are approaching our global context right now. So we are encouraging most people from Africa to actually participate in this program. And like Professor from International, what is it again?
University of Japan.
University of Japan. We have a lot of scholarships specifically for that program. We coordinate with JICA. We have MEXT, and also within GRIPS, they definitely, just like any other university in Japan, they have tuition waivers. So you can come to Japan through these kinds of scholarships or through the government support, especially like government institutions that are interested in capacity building of the institutions. But also, you can come as an individual who wants to pay for yourself for quality education in Japan. I just want to point to this because I feel it's important for our African friends who want to venture into further studies, that there is nothing more important than gaining new knowledge. And for me, Japan is one of the kind of important places to go to. It's kind of a decolonizing context, not in a sense that Japan does not colonize or did not colonize, but the fact that Africa has no colonial relationship with Africa. We have a chance to sit on a table and think about the future of our continent without duress, without fear. So we have bigger platforms to think about Africa as Africa, not Africa as Africa's colonialist Africa. So when we step out of our context and come to Japan, definitely we gain a lot of knowledge beyond mere entering the classroom. So I would encourage you to do that. So beyond G-Cube, like I said, responding to the question, we have a vast majority of courses that actually have nothing to do with G-Cube, but may be somehow related. We do the same courses, but they are tailored in different ways, all of them leading to policy. So you can finish university immediately and actually apply for a course in Japan for your master's after your bachelor's, either 1-year program, that is MP1, or MP2, or microeconomics policy program, considering your future, how your future looks like, or how you have been framing yourself after graduation. Then you can definitely enter some of these master's programs. But most importantly, further studies would require that you think deeper on what you want to have from the studies in Japan. It's not just going to study in Japan, but how do I want to gain, or how will my society gain from my studying in Japan? I would definitely share the fact that you can go to our website, check all the programs, master's or PhD, for those interested in these kinds of programs, and check the deadlines. Deadlines are really, really important, and all these minute issues that connect to entering university. For example, age limit. Some people will ask, I want to join, but I'm 50, I'm 40, I'm 35, or some age you might not get a scholarship, but some age and below. That, for example, if you're entering a PhD when you're beyond 40, you definitely know that your chances for scholarships are limited. So you need to think about the age limit for the program and apply accordingly. The other important thing is that when you're deciding to have a mindset for further studies, you need to be ready to face the new challenge. The new challenge is graduate school. So it's not like a silver platter kind of. You plan, and then you prepare yourself so well, focusing on what the interest of the institution is, the interest of the professors in that institution. Read around what they are doing, show interest in one or another. Don't just write an email to a professor asking if you can join the university without knowing what the university is. You don't even know its name. You don't know the professors. You don't know the courses they are offering. So before you set your readiness to start, first make preliminary findings and all the necessary requirements.
Good advice there. And let's take a break at this point, 29 minutes after 7. Dr. Ian, please help me pronounce your second name.
My name is Karusigarira.
I get it. Karusigarira.
Karusigarira.
Yeah, Dr. Ian Karusigarira is a lecturer at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Japan. He's joined by Professor Hiroshi Kato, Vice President, International University of Japan. And in the studio with us is Dr. Midori Daimon from the Study in Japan for Africa program. Dr. Midori would like you to remember that this Friday and Saturday, they've a program that's lined up, the 30th of September and the 1st of October. You can actually log on to their program and you get to access meetings with several universities that will be participating. 26 universities offering 46 programs. And she'll tell us about how to log on to that, how to select the kind of university you want to talk to and the timing and all after we take this break. That is the 30th of September and the 1st of October. 30th of October, something else happens a month away.
Indeed, the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon will be taking place and everybody's getting into full gear to make sure that you're all registered and you start your training. Ever wanted to feel like an athlete and then to be able to push your body to the limits? Here's a perfect opportunity to do just that. Folks have started to train, folks have started to register. It's a great element to have the virtual run as well. So between the 23rd of October and the 30th of October, you can start to run, record your times and pile them up. You never know, you could be on the leaderboard for that. It's the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon, nairobimarathon.com. That's where you can register and then also see the proceeds of your registration. Help others in society.
Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly. This is Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you think about education hubs, Japan has long been at the list of preferred destinations to provide world-class programs. The Study in Japan Global Network Project and Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology in Japan are hosting an online event for students and professionals looking to further their education and join master's and PhD programs in social sciences such as internal public policy and conflict studies, economics and management, and sciences such as information technology, environmental sciences, biomedical science, agriculture, engineering, and veterinary medicine. Join the Study in Japan online fair for Sub-Saharan Africa 2022 on the 30th of September and on the 1st of October by registering on 2022.studyinjapan-africa-portal.com. Don't miss out.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 12. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 11 today. It's sunny at 14 in Nakuru, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 25 in a mostly sunny Nyeri at 13. Sunny at 14 in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 11. It's mostly sunny at 24 in Mombasa. Going to highs of 29 and lows of 23. It's raining in Malindi at 26, highs of 29 and 29. It'll also be the high in a sunny Kisumu at 18. It's 18 and sunny in Kakamega, highs of 28 and lows of 13. The rain is coming down in Kampala at 21, highs of 28 and lows of 16. And the sun is up, going to highs of 30 in Dar es Salaam and lows of 21. Looking out into Johannesburg, it's 13 and sunny, highs of 26 and highs of 28 in a rainy Lagos this morning at 24. It's 24 and mostly clear in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 23.
Chilled Spice.
All right, it still continues in most parts of the city this morning. We're looking at it heavy coming off the Thika Superhighway, as well as Kiambu Road this morning. If you look at those two areas, you can see bumper-to-bumper traffic, and we know that folks are stuck in that, at least getting to the city. Moving, slow, but it's moving. Let's look at James Gishuru, which has tailed back all the way to that Mzima Springs Junction, and way beyond that, well onto areas past Gitanga Road. So that is feeding off into that Westlands area really heavy this morning. Also coming off of Waiyaki Way going towards the Red Hill Link Road, and that traffic is bumper to bumper as well. It's a busy morning coming off of Jogo Road, getting out towards the City Stadium roundabout and then on to Landis and out towards Kamkunji. We're in traffic hour and it's proper. Let's see what happens in about half hour. So, and let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Are you ready? Okay. Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings. 6 minutes to 8. The conversation continues. We are talking about postgraduate and graduate programs in Japan, graduate programs in the field of humanities and social sciences in Japan. Dr. Ian Karusigarira is a lecturer at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Professor Hiroshi Kato is the Vice President, International University of Japan. They're telling us about the programs that the two institutions offer, how you can apply, in some cases, how you can even apply for scholarships. And Dr. Midori Daibon is in the studio here with us. She's from the Study in Japan Program for Africa, CT.
Dr. Ian, the courses that are offered at GRIT, the thing that comes to mind is how exactly do the students who graduate from your institution fit into the communities within our continent? Let's take, for instance, in Uganda, if someone studied or took one of the various courses that you offer, where exactly would they fit in?
Yes, thank you very much for that very intriguing question. It points to actually a bigger picture of placement after school, whether for GRIPS or elsewhere. I think I feel that there is a limitation on where you go when you finish school. Even in Uganda, after school, you really struggle with how to do things. I was one of the most privileged people to join university abroad while I was working with Uganda, with the Ugandan government, and then I felt maybe I needed placement. So it's not always as you expect it. But particularly for GRIPS, I think we don't have such problems because we expect students who come to our university are already connected to the government or to international organizations. So when they finish, they should go back and continue contributing to the well-being of their institutions. There can also be exceptions where students, when they finish their studies, they want to venture into other opportunities. Those are the vast majority of students who hope for better life after school. So we have those people who want to finish school and go to other subfields or other institutions to work. But mainly we are focusing on people who are already working with government so that they can build capacity in our government and maybe be able to deal with bigger questions of the world. And I must report also that most of our students who have finished have, in one or another, been, influential in the institutions. So perhaps we hope that we can get more platforms when they finish school. Maybe they have bigger platforms in our institutions, so that they can demonstrate what exactly they studied abroad. It's not only for Japan, but also diaspora in anywhere in the world. Maybe every time we come back with some new knowledge, definitely it impacts greatly on our society. So maybe we should give them a bigger hand, even in private sector or in government sector or in international organizations. These people have new valuable knowledge or information that we need to adapt or to co-opt so that we can have our continent go ahead.
Something I'd like to ask, specific to Uganda, does the government have an administrative college of sorts? I mean, in Kenya, we have the Kenya Institute of Administration. Does Uganda have an equivalent?
Yeah, in Uganda, different institutions have institutional organizations. The institutes that take care of their government officers. But I think basically we have been doing well in terms of security. We have security institutions like we have Senior Police Command College where we actually offer masters. We have the military institution also where they give qualifications. But when it comes to other capacity building institutions, we really have maybe the private sector like UMI is a very, very popular policy institution. So in terms of general government, we really have we lack that. lack capacity. But of course, when you add the private sector and government institutions like Makerere University, Chambogo University, and other public universities, you may have an opportunity to talk about that. But in general, as Kenya has, maybe we are slightly lagging behind.
The reason why I asked the question is because I've listened to what you have to say about GRIP, and I've seen the diversity of courses that you offer, and I actually understand the importance of them. What I was wondering was whether it is that you have an understanding with some of the government institutions so that the courses you offer can speak very, very directly to the needs of the country itself. That is really what I was wondering about. That was what was at the back of my mind.
I would really address that. That most students who come to do masters and PhDs come with their already institutional tailored questions, and we try to give them capacity to analyze those questions basing on what they have seen in the institutions.
Okay.
So we hope that our students are already tailored to the needs of the organizations, and quite interestingly, it's always actually about what the institutions are really actually facing. As for me, I studied abroad for my master's, and initially I was a common, police officer, and my biggest problem I wanted to address was police corruption. So when I went abroad, I just knew my problem. I knew the problem of my institution, and I needed to address that problem. So in the process of my learning abroad, I could put the context of Japan, context of Uganda, and learn the two cultures and see where the problem is. And perhaps I had to finish my master's with that kind of understanding.
Okay. Coming to you.
So definitely for graduate school, you're already tailored.
Okay. Professor Kato, a question for you. I mean, just listening to what Dr. Ian had said before in terms of having this direct communication with your professor or with who your lecturers would be beforehand. Do you find this to be the same thing here? Because then it would seem to me as though we are looking at an all-encompassing approach to education that you then have to be in close relation with your professor. And do we find that at the University of Japan as well?
I mean, how we address the issues that students come to the university with.
Even applying to university in the first place, do you find that, it's necessary to be in touch with your future professors to talk about, the education that you will be then getting into as you approach school?
Yeah, actually, we read very carefully the personal documents, personal statement, and their research proposals submitted by the applicant. And if we find those, research proposals quite inappropriate for the programs we offer at IUJ, we sometimes decline their application. So we have a kind of not direct, but indirect communication with the applicant to make sure that he or she will have a very meaningful academic life at IUJ before he or she applies to IUJ. So I think there is no mismatch about that. We know that we are able to support the students in pursuing his or her academic goals. So that is, I think that is well taken care of at our university. And I don't think the situation is different at GRIPS as well.
Professor, you mentioned that you have a very wonderful and close relationship with JICA. Now, those of us who live in Kenya know JICA very well because JICA has been responsible for very many positive things in this country, and not to mention academia. Now, do you have any other partnerships, say, with other universities around the world or any universities in Africa?
Our university has a relationship with African universities, you mean?
Yes. Do you have any partnership with any African university?
Yes, actually, we used to have a memorandum of understanding on the possible collaborative relationship with the University of Ghana, which unfortunately expired this last March, so we're trying to reinvigorate that collaborative relationship. And I also have a relationship memorandum of understanding with the University of Pretoria in South Africa. So, but unfortunately, those memoranda of understanding haven't been very active. So we want to reactivate our collaborative relationship with African universities. Yeah, that's the reality.
What does a university need to do in order to get to a point where you are beginning to talk of a memorandum of understanding? What are the basic requirements that the university needs to have beyond being a university, of course?
If they are willing to develop a collaborative relationship with IUJ, in terms of the exchange of faculty members or the exchange of students, then we're very happy to start negotiating with such universities, which might be interested in having a partnership with IUJ.
Do you have a huge research?
Actually,
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. As I was going to tell you, IUJ is very much committed to the human resource development of Africa, as I said earlier. And actually, IUJ is proud of having been a university which has received the largest number of African students under the framework of the Abe Initiative. You might have heard of this Abe Initiative, which is an initiative of the Japanese government down through the JICA, and which stands for Africa Business Education, ABE, and a pun is intended to, with the name of the late Prime Minister, Mr. Abe, which initiated this program. And IUJ has been the university that has received the largest number of students under this Abe Initiative framework. So we are very much committed to the human resource development of Africa. And in the same vein, we're very much interested in developing friendly relations with African universities as well.
Do you have, let me rephrase the question. How extensive and how diverse is the research component within your university?
Research. Okay. Let me tell you a bit about the programs and courses we offer at IUJ. As I said, we have two graduate schools. One is international relations and the other international management. And in this first graduate school, international relations, we have three programs. One is international relations program, which is designed for diplomats and government officials who deal with, foreign relations, transactions, etc. And the second program in the international relations school is the international development program, which is basically economics-based program designed for the government officials working in the economic ministries, financial ministries, or Ministry of Trade and Industry, etc., etc. And third program we have in our graduate school of international relations is the public policy program, which is quite similar to Dr. Ian's program might be, but it is designed to develop the capability of government officials or those working in public entities to plan, implement, and evaluate their policies. So we have international relations, development economics, and public policy-oriented courses in our graduate school of international relations. And in our second school, graduate school of international management, which is basically a business school, but this program also offers courses so that the students can learn how to develop business activities and international transactions between Kenya and Japan, or with whatever countries they want to develop economic activities with. So actually, we have a very diverse course offerings, and we are hoping that we are capable of accommodating most of the needs that students bring with them when they come to IUJ.
Okay. Looking beyond, I want to come back to you, Dr. Ian. Some of the things you said, the hope is that students having gone through GRIPS, and those who are thinking about making the decision. So are you saying that the target then is for those students from the African continent who want to come and pursue an education, but have the end goal of coming back to use that experience to work for their governments? Is that what we are saying?
Oh, yes. We have actually had some students also from Kenya, justice system, the central bank, or even Uganda Central Bank, or Revenue Authority. We hope that we give them a package that will enhance or, improve their understanding of the policies that underpin those institutions. And I must also re-emphasize that we, beyond G-Cube, the GRIPS as in general is committed to improving our institutional capacities in Africa. So in general, we hope that students who finish go back to their governments. But of course, usually this now depends on the individual students who finish university. Some of them want to go back and work with their governments, or they want to go back and work with other governments. So it now depends on the individual student when he finishes. But in general, yes, we would be happy that students who leave institutions in Africa go back to study, and go back when they come back, go back to those institutions and improve them. There is always a challenge. I must emphasize that there is always discord, misinterpretation of after studies. Before studies and after studies, there is a very huge contradiction, and we hope that our governments in Africa really rethink how to integrate their diaspora after studies. Sometimes there is a kind of a huge power relation issue, or some kind of uncoordinated behavior between the institutional, power holders and stuff. So I hope that if we have given them a chance to go and study, when they come back, let's give them a platform to demonstrate these kinds of skills, and then we can have a much improved institution, or maybe compare what they have studied with what we have. If we feel what we have is better, then we help improve what we have. In many ways, we need to really create a platform for our diaspora students who come back after studies. It's definitely, I feel like you have re-echoed about it second time, and maybe I think we need to think about how our governments think about education. And this does not actually apply to Japan only, but also to institutions in Uganda. If you go back for studies and finish your master's, then you need to bring back that knowledge to the institution and apply it. So definitely, in one or another, there is some disconnected reality somewhere. So we need to improve that. That's one fact.
Dr. Ian, thank you. I want to ask you the same question I asked the good professor. That is the research question. I ask this because many of the institutions of higher learning in East and Central Africa, as good as they are, don't tend to have a very strong research component. Research isn't something that is emphasized. Now, if you're dealing with issues of policy and issues of management, the question then that I ask is, how strong is the research component within your institution?
Yeah, research is core. Generally in Japan, the research component is the core component of the entire establishment of universities. And in general, professors, faculties, and their students must emphasize the idea of research. Gratefully, we have research. We have the platform for research funding in Japan, one under the JSPS, and other foundations of goodwill. They actually fund greatly the academic endeavors. So if there is anything called research, Japan institutions, including GRIPS and definitely IUJ and other universities in Japan, definitely you have the number one, is the research component. We have collaborations, as you asked Professor Hiroshi, about collaborations with Africa. Beyond institutional collaboration, we have individual researcher collaborations. And here we've been emphasizing collaborations with Africa generally. Take, for instance, on my side, we always have collaborations, individual researcher collaborations with African institutions. And we target people who are willing to, conduct research with us so that they can aid in our understanding of Africa beyond our imagination. So, to mention, we already have been writing actually quite a number of books, in collaborative books, with Makerere University and University of Nairobi. We have quite a number of people, and usually we invite scholars from African institutions to join us here, sometimes on a short term or as visiting scholars to be here, and maybe we share knowledge about what's going on in Africa, and also we share with them what's going on in Japan. So actually, I must emphasize that the research is core, and it cuts across all institutions in Japan.
Ian, Dr. Ian, you mentioned scholarships are available. One of them, of course, is this is the Ministry of Education and Culture that is available through the embassies in the various African countries. What other scholarship opportunities are there for GRIPS?
Okay, well, first of all, even for the mixed, we have embassy recommended.
Yep.
But we also have institutional recommended.
Mm-hmm.
So your groups can actually recommend a student basing on their potential without necessarily being recommended by the embassy.
Okay. Professor?
So within MEXT, we have those two. Embassy and institution. So students interested in institutions, they can actually go on our website and check our programs and see how they can apply under our institutional-based recommendation.
All right. Professor,
if we are convinced about the requirements, as Hiroshi said, then we will definitely recruit you.
Professor Hiroshi, do you also have opportunities for scholarships?
Well, yes, we have plenty of opportunities. Of course, if the applicant is working for the public sector, they might first approach Japanese embassy or JICA Nairobi office. But if they are self-sponsored, then they can simply visit our website and they start applying to our university, during which time they have a box to tick if they want to have financial support from the university or any scholarship support providing organizations. We have our own sources for scholarships, as well as private foundations and companies that are willing to support IEJ students. So we have a variety of sources. So as I said, IEJ is rather expensive university, but don't let that fact discourage you or the applicants from applying.
Well, thank you very much, both of you gentlemen.
Let me chip in a little bit.
Yes.
I want to emphasize that you can join as a private student, but you can actually get a scholarship when you're there, or waivers, or these kinds of. There are many chances when you enter a university.
Beautiful. Midori-san, remind us about what is happening this weekend on the 30th and the 1st of October.
Yes, we are going to have Study in Japan online fair, and we are going to invite 26 universities, and they are going to introduce 46 programs, actually including today's guest, International University of Japan and GRIPS. So I'd like you to check our website or Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can reach us when you you use Study in Japan for Africa. Study in Japan for Africa, you can reach us. And then you will see our website to join our event this weekend, please.
So go to Google Study in Japan for Africa. You'll see the link. Open the link you will see the various universities that will be exhibiting this Friday and Saturday, 30th and 1st. And then once you see them, you can then select which one you'd like to engage with, select a time, and in any of the 2 days, then you have at least 3 universities per day.
Yes, 3 university you can select.
You can select.
Yes, for 2 days we have 6 university at least you can meet. You can e-meet directly with them. So please try to take advantage of these opportunities.
Indeed. Asante sana Midori-san for joining us
Tena.
today. Dr. Ian Karusigarira from the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies and Professor Hiroshi Kato from the International University of Japan. Keep it here for more coming up in the next hour. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Asato. A number of high-profile candidates who unsuccessfully contested elective seats in the recently concluded general elections have made a political comeback after nomination to the cabinet by President William Ruto. Some of the big names proposed to be included in Ruto's new look executive are Mythical Interior former lawmaker who lost his bid to become Meru County Governor in August. Former Malindi MP Aisha Juma also got a political lifeline after losing Kilifi gubernatorial race to former Chief Administrative Secretary Gideon Mungaro. Former Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria is another high-profile politician who makes a rebound after unsuccessfully contesting to be the next governor of Kiambu County. Former UDA candidate for Kisii governance seat Ezekiel Muchogu has been nominated by the president to take over from Professor George Magoha in the Ministry of Education, having lost the battle to governor to his fiercest rival and former Dagoretti North lawmaker Simba Arati in the race for governor.
Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Livestock Development, the Honorable Franklin Medhika Linturi. Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa Katana. Minister for Trade, Investment and Industry, the Honorable Moses Kuria. Minister for Education, Ezekiel Machogu.
And the cabinet nomination list announced by President William Ruto has seen several elected leaders proposed for various positions, a situation that will force Kenyans from the various regions to go back to the ballot to elect new leaders, as the constitution forbids elected members from holding cabinet positions. They include LKU Marakwet Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, Garissa Town MP Edin Duale and Kandara MP Alice Wahome.
Minister for Roads, Transport and Public Works, the Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen. Ministry of Defense, the Honorable Aden Bare Duale. Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Honorable Alice Mudoni Wahome.
The president also picked a number of women in his cabinet to show that he respected the 2/3 gender rule.
Minister for Environment and Forestry, the Honorable Rosalinda Soipan Tuya. Minister for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage, the Honorable Penina Malonza. Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa Katana. Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Honorable Alice Mudoni Wahome.
The government has approved the reactivation of the National Task Force on the Ebola virus disease following an outbreak in Uganda. This comes after President William Ruto chaired his first cabinet meeting that comprised of members of the previous administration at State House. The day's agenda centered on the state of economy, assessment of the ongoing drought situation, the security situation in the country, and the Ebola virus disease outbreak in Uganda. During the meeting, the cabinet further established an incident management team with the mandate of coordinating our national Ebola preparedness and response efforts. Now, the State Department of Livestock and the Tana River Department of Livestock have rolled out a livestock insurance project dubbed Drive to cushion farmers against the effects of climatic shocks. This comes against the backdrop of a biting drought for the last 4 years. The project is being piloted in Wajir and Tana River counties. It will replace the Kenya Livestock Insurance Program KLIP, which was launched in 2016. Unlike in KLIP, whereby the government paid the entire premium for the beneficiaries in the project's second phase, the farmers will contribute 20% and the state 80%. Tana River County Director of Livestock Production Zioko Ambua said for every 5 units of cattle, the premium is 14,000 shillings and a pastoralist only pays 2,800 shillings. He said from 2016 to 2022, more than 200 million shillings was paid to the 2,500 Kenya Livestock Insurance Program in Tana River. And UNICEF has promised to mobilize resources for resilience programs in the wake of the current drought facing Turkana County. A total of 23 counties in the arid and semi-arid areas are facing a serious drought due to failed rains. The organization has at the same time asked the county government to strengthen coordination structures of development organizations to ensure better impact and avoid duplication of efforts in drought response. This March during a meeting between top county government officials and the delegation from UNICEF held in Lodwar. This is News. I'm Dennis Asera. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, still traffic in most parts of the city this morning, and now I think is when we're getting into full gear. Looking at it coming off Landis, going towards Kamkunji onto Haile Selassie. There's also traffic coming from Gong Road onto Haile Selassie, so that is really, really busy. Into the CBDs where most of the roads are leading. We're looking at State House Road, also then looking at Ring Road Westlands, coming off of James Gishuru. The traffic from Gitanga Road is touching on James Gishuru. It's going all the way past Wayaki Way and out. Really busy traffic that we're looking at this morning. That whole Lavington, Dennis Pritz area is an absolute no-go. Unless you just have to be there, then you'll just have to wait it out. We're looking at Gong Road, touching on Naivasha Road, coming out towards Gitanga. That's really crazy. And we talked about Gong Road already. Okay, so what else are we looking at? It's coming off of Uhuru Highway into the CBD. The Thika Superhighway is still really, really busy and very slow. Folks are using the service lane. That's something you want to think about if you're just getting onto the Thika Superhighway. Kiambu Road is also bumper to bumper in both directions. So it's crazy, and that's what's happening right now. At a few minutes after 8 o'clock, let us know what's going on where you are. Hopefully we can keep it safe in as much as it's really busy. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room. The only way to
7
start
minutes
your
after
day.
8. The conversation continues. This is The Situation Room on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and of course on YouTube and Facebook, and our website www.spicefm.co.ke. Our Cabinet Secretary for Wisdom and Proverbs, C.T. Muga.
Right. If you play push with a porcupine, expect to get sore hands.
If you play push with a porcupine, expect to get sore hands. This is from the country called?
Niger.
And today is the day you give us more details about Niger.
And I did.
Okay.
Let me just follow. The president is called Mohamed Bazoum.
Mohamed Bazoum.
Okay. The prime minister is Mohamedou.
Mohamedou. Is the Prime Minister appointed by the President or is he elected by Parliament?
Elected by Parliament.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the capital of this country?
Is Nyeri.
And the main resource, natural resource?
They have huge uranium deposits. Yes.
Are they mining them?
That's the general idea.
You know, we also have very many deposits of many things.
As we have deposits of human beings all over the landscape.
Yeah? Deposits of human beings.
Yes, with a smattering of politicians here and there.
Locally and abroad.
Most are abroad. First of all, in abroad, we have very many.
There are many.
Yeah, in abroad.
In abroad. President William Ruto has basically done the big thing. And this is showing us the direction that he'd like his government to take by forming the ministries that he'd like to help him run government. And with that, we can already clearly see this is the direction that the Ruto administration will take. Number one. Number two, by naming the various people into the positions of cabinet yesterday, nominating them, and of course they have to be vetted and approved by Parliament before he appoints them formally, he has also told us this is how I'd like to structure the government, and this is how I'd like this government to reflect the face of Kenya and to meet the various thresholds that are set. One threshold, constitutional threshold, is on gender. Not more than 2/3 for any particular gender. Okay? A cabinet has a maximum of 22 seats according to the Constitution, which means not more than 2/3 is a minimum of what? 7. Okay? Now, we already have seen the number of women nominated here are 7, and men are not more than 22 minus 7.
15.
So,
okay.
The threshold has been met.
So he's met the threshold.
Yes.
There's that little matter of the promise that had been made during the political campaigns that my government is going to have 50-50 representation of women. Now, had he said my cabinet is going to be 50 or my government is going to be 50%?
Said government.
It is this minor detail here.
He said government.
Yeah, because the expectation for many has been, okay, so he's going to have 50% of cabinet secretaries being women. We are seeing that it's not 50% of cabinet secretaries being women. The question is, has the president kept to his promise or has he broken the promise? Number one.
He said government, unless we want to argue that cabinet is synonymous with the cabinet is synonymous with the government.
Or cabinet is the entirety of government.
Yes.
If not, then there's an opportunity for him to still end up having 50%.
Yes, because if you're talking about promises, I am certain that if you simply get granular on this matter, you will find that many people who are promised certain positions and certain things have received them. Maybe not in the form that they expected. But here's the big but. With every fulfillment of a promise, there'll be a slew of individuals who feel that they were shortchanged.
Yeah.
And I use the words carefully here. They feel they ought to have gotten something which they didn't quite get. But early days yet. This is just the cabinet that has been named.
Yep.
Okay? Of the two high-ranking gentlemen who resigned, we already have an appointee for the IG position.
Yeah.
We still do not have one for DCI. So for those who are disgruntled, who knows? He may be appointed DCI.
Wow,
hold your horses.
Yes. You never know. Look, that's true. I think it's important to note that the 2/3 gender rule has been met. That threshold has been met. Now, whether we're going to start picking at grains here on whether the cabinet is what he was referring to, if it is that cabinet that he was referring to, then on that he's broken his promise. If he's talking about government as a whole, then absolutely. There's still a lot in terms of who can make up for particular positions, because as we speak right now, just the cabinet has been named. There is a lot more that can come about, and you never know what he's going to be able to do with that. However, I do think that he's sent a message here on the importance of the gender conversation. And I think one of the ways that he's done that is by retaining this Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action.
Okay.
He could have removed it. he could have merged it or morphed it into something else. But I think that the things that he had been saying in the run-up to the election and then thereafter, in terms of making sure that this gender conversation was mainstreamed, whether it came to government, whether it came to then policy and then implementation, I think he's taken it seriously. This could have become something else. The way in which we've seen the position that Cheluge will sit in leadership over has changed into one that is now focusing clearly on this hustle agenda. We could have seen that this has turned into something else. But if we're focusing on that gender agenda, I do think he's taking this very, very seriously by having this ministry that will then start to focus on some of those issues.
And on top of that, there's an advisory role, which is a cabinet-level portfolio
on women's rights,
dealing with women rights agency. And he picks lawyer Harriet Chigai to come and occupy that position. So, yes, like you're saying, maybe he's signaling the fact that, yes, gender is not just a by the way. Gender is a main conversation that needs to happen in this government.
Sure, because...
And women rights are going to be discussed. I'm going to have somebody who will be advising the cabinet on things that they need to consider on women rights in every decision that we make.
For sure. And for me, that holds a stronger thread of importance because you could have 12 women appointed to the cabinet. And then? Does that then signify that there's policy and implementation then when it comes to the gender agenda by virtue of the fact that you have these women sitting in these positions? Who then would mainstream the conversation? Who then would make sure that the things that we're talking about in terms of rights for both genders, in terms of some of the things that we've even discussed over the last week when it comes to sexual rights, when it comes to the gender violence that we've been talking about, when it comes to girl and boy child across the country, when it comes to cultural changes and shifts and rights across the board, will just having these women sit in cabinet positions make sure that conversation is happening? And that's why I think I want to believe, and I would say, a round of applause if that is really the direction where it's like, you know what, this conversation has to be entrenched beyond just having them sit in those positions. It would be fantastic. It would be great. But then deepening it a little bit more and saying it is absolutely important that we finally go beyond this. And I think there where you see those conversations happening is when now you start to influence what will happen in the National Assembly, in the legislation, when it comes to elections, affirmative action still remaining part of that ministry, that we're going forward and voting tomorrow. Are you making these opportunities for women?
And marginalized and persons with disabilities.
Absolutely. Are we actually getting it done?
If you look at the face of, the distribution of the seats across the country, does it reflect the face of the country? Look at all those names. Of course, we are aware of various headlines. The Standard headline is the Hustler Cabinet. The Nation headline is the Winners and Losers.
Yeah, it's the winners and losers.
The winners and losers.
Cabinets.
The Star headline is Mount Kenya wins big. Is that it? Yeah. The balance of it is that, of course, Mount Kenya, if you look at all the counties of Mount Kenya, if you not just look at Central Kenya, the old Central Kenya, and look at the Mount Kenya, which is East and West, then a majority of the cabinet positions have gone to this particular region. There's nominees from Meru, there's nominees from Embu, from Tharaka Nithi, from Kirinyaga, from Nyeri, of course, the deputy president, from Murang'a, from Kiambu. Each of those counties has a nominee, some two. Now, if you look at the other parts of the country, if you look at the coast, like you said, of the 6 counties of the coast, we have a nominee from Kwale. We have 2 nominees from, or we have a nominee rather into the cabinet from Kilifi. We don't have a nominee from Taita Taveta,
Lamu, Taita Taveta,
or Mombasa. Okay, but there's 2 from that region. If you look at the lower eastern, this is the Ukambani region. We've got how many nominees? 3. Straight into cabinet, and this is tourism and wildlife, Penina Malonza, of course. Alpha Mutua, Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, and then there's the nomination of Monica Juma, who is an advisor to the cabinet.
It's a serious nomination, that one. National Security Advisor is a very serious position.
It's a big one. It's a big one. If we are just to mirror it from what we've seen elsewhere, like in America.
Yeah, even here, if you look at the role that that particular person plays, it's an extremely important one.
There haven't been one.
We have actually had one.
Who?
I'm trying to remember. I will remember the name and I will tell you.
At cabinet level?
No, advisor level.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we've had one in the Kibaki government.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So if you look at all this and you see how then the distribution has been, is it reflective of the country? Has the president made sure that what he promised 2 weeks ago when he saw oath of office and made his maiden speech, I will be a president for all. It doesn't matter whether you voted me or you did not vote for me. I will make sure that you feel presence in this government.
It is sound politics to balance these appointments. I mean, throughout the history of this country, if there's one thing that has always happened, it has we balance them. Now there are regions who will that will have the optics of having been favored in that you find more people coming from that region. There are those who would argue that those numbers are representatives of the populations that you find in that particular region. See? But there are those who will argue that depending on what it is they feel would be a position that favors them, that they've been neglected. But it doesn't matter how judicious the president is in appointing. There will always be those who will feel left out. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what binary system they use to come up with that configuration. There will always be people who will complain.
There will be that.
I think we also cannot run away from the fact that these appointments then have a heavy political leaning. We can't run away from that. That there were promises. We do not know the conversations that were had in a closed room or whatever. But it is clear that it is clear that there was now compensation for loyalty. People who were, just whichever names you want to pick, Musalia Mudavadi, Aden Duale, Alice Wahome. I mean, some of these are very clear. Moses Kuria, Kipchumba Murkomen. I mean, it is obvious that there was compensation for loyalty here. Now, this does not run away from the fact that these individuals are could be technically sound when it comes to delivering on
the mandate of the ministry.
On the mandate of that particular ministry for which they've been appointed to. It's possible that they also could serve in that capacity. But we cannot run away from the fact that here you will definitely see that promises or at least payback has been made for the loyalty that you handed over during the campaign period and how long you stood by his side. So those who are calling it calling it political appointments are right.
It's reward season.
They're right. You can't run away from that. And also because there are still others who were in this basket of expectation who said, come on, man, we've been in the trenches. We ran the race. We did the thing. We were also expecting something. That's why we know the cabinet only has 22. You cannot give everybody. Plus, you have to also pander to the expectations of those who are saying, in as much as you want to appoint your friends and those who are your allies, you have to remember that there's a whole nation who is waiting for you to show the representation of the same.
Yeah.
On the inaugural day, you said you were going to make sure that those who worked with you represented the face of the nation. So it was a balancing act, if you ask me. He had to say, look, okay, these guys fought with me. I have to reward them. But at the same time, I've said that I'm a president for all. How am I going to be able to do this? On the other side, for those who may not have gotten into this 22, like we said, there are still other positions within government for which they could get something. They may not be very happy, but it's going to happen anyway. It's either you take that or you stay with what you have.
Now, what do you do?
Yes.
If you look at the first 14 days of the President William Ruto administration, I think one thing that actually stands out is that the man is fulfilling his pledges.
Yes.
His promises to the people. Okay? He promised several people that he worked with as partners in the run for the presidency that, you know what, let's go and win this and then we will work together going forward. We have seen the speakers of the National Assembly and the speakers of the Senate. Those are two leaders of political parties that joined the Kenya Kwanza. We are now seeing the Prime Cabinet Secretary, a leader of a political party. We are seeing the nominee for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, leader of a political party. We are seeing the nominee for Attorney General, leader of a political party. So he's basically saying, look, I reached out to you and asked you, come.
And join me.
Join me. Let us work together. He is delivering. He'd have said, oh, after you've won, then, you can come and say, but you guys, I only have 22. I can't put all of you. We can't really fit. He's actually delivering on that promise and saying, I said we will do it. He looks at those who have worked with him closely for many years. Aden Duale has worked with him for many years. Reward. Alice Wahome worked with him for many years. Reward. Look at the others. Medeka Linturi worked with him for many years. Reward. Soipan Tuya has worked with him for many years. Reward. Ababuna Mwamba joined him. Get something. And then you look at now people like Eliud Owalo, who joined his campaign in the very early stages, also gets into cabinet. So is this saying that William Ruto is kusema na kutenda? He's basically...
I do what I say. What I do.
My word is my bond.
Look at someone like Musalia Mudavadi, if you can take a minute here and look at this. Always been with Raila Odinga, at least for the last 10 years. Came out and put forward his candidacy for president, right? As a leader of the ANC, came out and said, look, I want to also be president of this country. Made that announcement, I think it was, thunder? Earthquake.
It was earthquake.
Thank you. And said, look, I want president. And then now made the move to join William Ruto. Did not say anything else beyond William Ruto for the next 9 months.
Yep.
Obviously, he knew that I may not be your deputy president, but where is he today? Has been given a position that in many would argue that is now coloring the lines with that of the deputy president.
It's called deputy president.
I'm telling you, because that's
without
exactly
security
what
of tenure.
Like. Yes, that is exactly what it looks like. Patient in his ways, sat and waited and said, okay, we're going to see what we're going to do. The whole 70% of whether he was going to deliver Luya land is still out. The jury is still out on that in terms of whether it was. But regardless, this is where he is today. And waited and said, and Ruto rewarded that. You will not tell me that there's something else apart from a reward of loyalty in the appointment of Musalia Mudavadi as what?
I'll tell you.
Special.
It goes beyond.
Something.
For me, I see more than a reward of loyalty. I see fulfillment of a promise.
Oh yes, of course.
It's not like a reward. It's not like a rewarding. It's like
I said I was going to give you this here.
I reached out to you, and you accepted, and I made this promise to you, and I'm delivering on my promise. So it is at a point where it's not, let me look at you and say, You could say reward of loyalty for those who have worked with him for long. Let's say you can say reward for loyalty for Aden Duale. You've been my guy. You have really stood with me. You have worked with me. So you're my man. Kipchumba Murkomen, the same. With this one, it's a political promise. It's a negotiation that took place. So if I join you, if I support you, what do I get? Remember what Dr. Alfred Mutua, we invited him here soon after he joined Kenya Kwanza and dumped the Azimio. And he came and told us, with Azimio, I kept asking questions. So
what am I going? What's in it for me?
What's in it for me? What do we get? What does Maendeleo? Where do we fit? And he was not getting the answers. He got a call from William Ruto. He went and met William Ruto, and Dr. Alfred Mutua told us they got into a vehicle with William Ruto and they drove around Nairobi at night. They went and parked somewhere, and William explained to him, this is my thinking. This is my strategy for winning this election. This is my thinking for running government. And this is where I see you fitting in. And when Alfred was telling us that here, we were looking at him like, okay, it was just... But you can see it now coming full circle, and you can see, okay, all right. He was told, we've worked together, you play this role, we win, I will make sure that you get this.
It colours the man well, and I'm talking about President William Ruto here, in terms of saying what he said he was going to do. Absolutely, and it puts some, stripes on his chest. It does. I think that those who have gotten here, they've obviously been assured of the promise. The promise has been kept to them. It could also be a ray of hope for those whose names may not be here, that there's something you will get as well. That look, he's made his promise, he's not going to leave us out in the cold. There are people who shouted his slogans from the beginning and are not here. But then again, there's an opportunity for them to also appear in government. And we are going with cabinet is not completely government. That's what we're saying. That it's wider than that.
A political individual who has supported a political personage and feels that their contribution has been significant, would they see it from the perspective that we are advancing? Would they see an alternative to a cabinet appointment as adequate?
As anything good enough?
Yes.
Of course, they wouldn't see it as good as. Definitely not.
Because
a CS as opposed to a CAS, for sure.
At the end of the day, whose vision are we discussing? It's the president's.
Yes.
Yep. It is him who vied for the presidency. It is him who has the blueprint of what he wants to see done. In addition to what you've said, I would argue that this cabinet looks into the future.
And the future is how far?
Well, the future is 2027. Because you ask yourself, the areas of this country that are populous, the mountain is populous, Luya land is populous. Of the counties at the coast, Kilifi is populous by far, followed by Mombasa. And if you look at some of the areas like Luanyas that has won, the assumption political would be, it doesn't matter how many people you appoint, the vote will go in a certain direction. So you might as well not even bother. Yes, one appointment is adequate. I'm saying it's the future because if I look at the appointment of Ukambani, it is looking at who the competition will be in 2027. And if I were to take the view that competition would be Kalonzo Musyoka, then you want to start ensuring that that particular competition is dulled from day one. So you front someone in that particular part of the country and you start giving them prominence. Now, we all know how our people gravitate towards the flag, okay? Yes, we do gravitate towards the flag.
The moment a flag comes to your area,
people gravitate towards it. It doesn't matter what people thought, what they will gravitate towards it. And if you ask me also, and I look at the mountain, Meru has benefited significantly. Now, again, it shows that this is somebody who wants to cement. The votes he got in Meru were significant. You want to ensure that it stays that way. And the only way that we understand, again, we interpret political appointments is either to entrench a position that you are in or to continue garnering support for it. Now, believe me, 2027 is not far away. Anyone who's a political player will know that the moment you begin this race now, just like December is upon us, okay? 2027 will be upon us before we can say Jack Robinson or whoever, whichever name you want to mention. So a shrewd politician would be looking into the future. But also, if you look at the appointment of cabinet, it also tells you the ministries that the president wants to have a seriously direct say on. Now, you may think it is unusual. No, it is not unusual. The presidents we've had throughout this history. Jomo Kenyatta is so far away, it's history. When you talk about it, you might as well be talking about the British East African Company. Let's talk about Moi, that many people who are alive now would remember. One gentleman called Nicholas Biwott was never the vice president, but he was far more powerful than the vice president. Far, far more powerful. So if you take that, you need to ask yourself, whenever you see a cabinet, there may be somebody whose position doesn't create too much dust. But it says a lot. And it says a lot, not just the position, but the relationship that person has with the president. And you will see that when it comes to matters of national interest, you'll have a prime minister, you'll have a vice president, you'll have a deputy president, but people will be going to that individual. Because it is known that that's where
the power is.
Precisely. So you look at the cabinet and you ask yourself, where do you think the power? And that's what I think the business deal was trying to figure out.
Where the power would be.
That's what they're trying to figure out.
Let's look at that after the break and also look at, do the hustlers feel represented in this cabinet? Is this a hustler cabinet for real, for real? What's your take on Dr. William Ruto's cabinet? We'd like to take your calls, pick your calls from after this break, 0719-012-600, 27 minutes to 9. This is a Situation Room on SpiceFM, on KTN Home and online. County 49 is this fictitious county called Bwatele County. So what happened? They elected a governor. Then what happened? The governor did what governors do. Then what happened? The governor left office as governors leave office. Then what happened? The deputy governor took over. And also deputy governor then appointed a deputy to take over. And now the people were like, wait,
hold on a minute.
Come on. No. Let's have a conversation. Go and watch that conversation. It's an interesting one. It's on Showmax. 4 episodes already, and the 5th episode coming out tomorrow. An episode a week on showmax.com for as little as how much?
760 shillings.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The adults in the room.
He's promiscuous or he's polygamous. We need to get over ourselves.
So I should always know the man that marries me, I know there'll be other women.
Yes.
The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of the relationships you will have with other people.
Things that we never talk about. 3 things. Stop, breathe, and relax.
Whether it is matters of the heart, finances, or work that's weighing on your mind, worry not.
Tune in to Adults in the Room
every Monday to Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
The adults in the room will help you stay winning. Only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi today at 12. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 13. It's sunny at 16 in Nakuru, highs of 27, and 25 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 17. It's 18 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 25, and we're looking into sunny conditions at 25 in Mombasa with highs of 29. 29 will also be the high in a mostly sunny Malindi, currently at 26. It's sunny at 20 in Kisumu. It'll go to highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 27 in Kakamega, where the sun is out at 21. Looking into Kampala, partly sunny conditions at 22, highs of 28, and highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 24. It's 15 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 26 and lows of 13, while it's raining in Lagos at 24. It'll go to highs of 28 and highs of 29 in a rainy Kinshasa at 23.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the
All right,
best
still looking
music
at lots
ever.
of traffic in the city this morning, coming off the Thika Superhighway. That still continues really heavy as you're coming off that outer ring. My goodness, that has not let up since 6:30. Really heavy as you're going towards Pangani. It's bumper to bumper. So this is it. Use the service lane. You might get where you're going faster. That's what we are being told. Kiambu Road is not looking too bad, but when you get to that Muthaiga Square, there'll be a bit of a hiccup. State House now looking slightly better, but this whole area, James Gishuru coming out State House, coming then down towards Chiroma, out towards Arboretum, you're going to join the folks who are going towards Mzima Springs, who are trying to run away from that Chiromo traffic, but then you'll get stuck on James Gishuru as you're trying to get out towards Waikwe. So still a bit of a mishmash. We'll keep an eye on things this morning. Help us out. Let us know where you find those escape routes. Let's do it. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, 22 to 9. So let's hear from you, 0719-012-600. What's your take on Dr. William Ruto's cabinet? Is this hustlers represented in this one? So there's a story in the Standard, page 3, and my friend Dominic Mondi has written this one. It says, President moves to actualize campaign agenda by creating a hustlers ministry. And what Dominic is saying is that he has created the ministry that will deal with the function of matters of small businesses. And this is a ministry for cooperatives, micro, small and medium enterprises development. And he has nominated Chelugui to take over this, to spearhead this ministry. That's all that Dominic has said about that. The rest is background. You know, Ruto rose because of the campaign. The president did not explain how his government will mirror the campaign promises of Mambo ni Hustler. Hustler will be at the table. Hustler will be represented. Hustler this and the other. He didn't explain it. Maybe in subsequent, when he actually releases the structure of government in the name of the paper, he will do that. Maybe he'll explain, now this cabinet, this ministry, these are the state departments under it, these are the roles of this ministry, right? And this is what we expect to see out of it. Executive order. Okay, so when he releases the executive order, number 1 or 2, depending on which one it's going to be, then we shall see. Because yesterday he's already said he's sending an executive order for printing, detailing the role of the deputy president's office, and also detailing the role of this office of prime cabinet secretary. Are hustlers represented in this government? We wait to see. But also let's hear what people are saying. Joel in Kericho.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama bwana, mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa bro. Chukua simu haraka haraka bana tuingie choo.
Twende,
kulingana na hiyo parasa yenye rais aliteua jana. Ile kitu iko ni kwamba wafanyie kazi wa Kenya wote milioni 50 bila mapendeleo. Na wahakikishe kwamba wamedeliver kwa ile asla plan yenye rais alikuwa ameiweka.
Yes.
So yangu tu ni pongezi na kutakia wale ambao waliteuliwa kila laheri.
So umefurahia vile ameteua hii baraza la mawaziri?
Nimefurahia na hiyo list iko sawa.
Okay.
Binge iputisha haraka ndio wafanyie wa Kenya kazi. Tumengoja sana.
Asante. Joel, kabla uende.
Ama namna gani my friend?
Hebu tuambie Joel.
Yes.
Mambo ya Aina Moi kuliendaje?
Mambo ya Aina Moi vile nilikwambia ndugu yangu alienda asubuhi na ile gari ya kwanza.
Sasa nani mbunge mpya huko? Ameenda. Karanja in Naivasha.
Good morning, Eric. Do in the city.
Good morning, Karanja.
Yes. Now, we are fully expecting a new faces in this cabinet. Now, look, my friend, we see these old faces. People like Moses Kuria. People like Aden Duale. People like Kidue Kidiki. Surely, he could have given some new faces.
Like who?
So that we can see.
But they're new to cabinet.
The government is very serious.
Moses Kuria has never been in cabinet.
But you see...
Aisha Jumwa has never been in cabinet.
Yes. I am saying this. Are those only the people who have maybe the talent for this?
Karanja, you're saying that there should have been people who you've never seen before, who you are sure have expertise, then should have been nominated to cabinet.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because let me see, the new face is one of the people like Johana Dongo, who was given the finance ministry. That one is 100% okay. Okay. Think that, Eric, there was this question that you asked yesterday, around from 10 p.m. maybe to 11 p.m. Yesterday. You are asking some very fundamental question. Rook, surprisingly, the AG, the current AG who is coming now should be maybe somebody Jafet Kome, maybe from hiring pick-up sources,
From the president himself.
Now, Rook, what is this in common? Mother Kome, Jafet Kome.
It's a name.
It's a name. It's a name.
A paid-up conspirator like C.T. Muga has not gone that far.
Karanja, you're from Naivasha.
Yes.
The senator of Nakuru is called Karanja.
Yes,
Are you related?
Malize hapo. Musali in Mount Elgon. Musali, good morning.
Yeah, morning.
How are you?
Morning KTN, niko salama sana. Yeah, mimi nimeona hii vile Ruto amefanya. Amefanya kazi mzuri. Okay, these are old guys. Lakini anaelewa hao watu wanaelewa mambo ya bottom up. Na wanataka kutengeneza serikali ile sisi wadogo tutapata pesa. Unaona? So tukipata pesa kama tuko wadogo si tutaenda juu.
Kabisa.
Si namna hiyo.
Ndio hivyo.
So if these people hata kama wako old. Kina Ndwale, kina Mudavadi wako old lakini wanaelewa vile hii wanaweza tengeneza serikali ile tunaweza pata pesa.
Safi. Sawa Musali. Thank you very much Musali. Have a lovely day.
Asante sana. Wewe ni Musani Kaptama.
Musani. Okay.
Yeah, Musani Kaptama.
Musani Kaptama. Asante. James in Kawangware.
Yes.
Namna gani?
Salama sana.
James, zima radio yako tafadhali. Kama TV. Zima alafu tuzungumze.
Wacha nitoke karibu nayo.
Okay.
Mimi nasema hivi. During the campaign we were expecting those things walituahidi. Down from the common mwananchi, we were expecting to see at least mtu ambaye hajaionekana in the figure of national level. Hata kama wangechukua mtu wa boda moja sema ndio huyu tumechukua from the boda shed. Ya kwamba tuliwaahidi ni bottom up. What do we understand by the bottom up? We have done community development. When we talk about bottom up, we mean those people who are not privileged, they get this opportunity. But the same people ametuwekea pale, you cannot even get near to them. These are the same face since Moi regime mpaka sasa. Hakuna tofauti.
Same
people.
Okay, James.
Since Moi, since
Kibaki to Uhuru.
They are the same people. They are just changing the codes. Wanabadilisha tu matisha.
Sawa, James. Let's hear from others as well. Nyamaya Biwot.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What do you make of Ruto's cabinet?
Okay, for me, this ministry cabinet ya Ruto amefanya kazi mzuri kabisa. Okay, you see like the Ministry for Sports, Ababu na Mwamba.
Yep.
Ababu na Mwamba ni kijana mdogo, anajua sports venye ziko. Somebody like mythically in Kithure Kindiki. Hao sio watu wameingianga siasa jana, wanajua the bottom up economy approach. Wanajua vizuri kabisa. Wanaelewa kila kitu venye inaendelea. Hakuna mtu mgeni ameingianga kwa hiyo siasa ya Ruto jana.
So they all understand what this government stands for.
This government stands for?
That's what you're saying. They understand what the government stands for and therefore they are in a position to deliver.
Yeah, wanaelewa kila kitu kabisa. Hakuna mtu mgeni ameingianga hapo. Somebody like Mutua. Ameingianga juzi, lakini for now ameshika laini. Amebalance gender. Wamama pia wame represented there. We have 7 of them. So Dr. Ruto amefanya kazi mzuri kabisa. We appreciate.
Thank you, Nyamaya. Let's hear from Malachi in Nairobi. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you, Malachi? What do you make of the cabinet nominees?
The nominee of our president is okay. The only thing that he did.
Malachi, something not right with your line. Let's try maybe a different line. Let's cross over to Lamu. Moses.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
Karibu sana to the show. What do you make of the nominees?
I think naona the president amefanya kazi mzuri. Lakini nikiangalia masho yake haiko the Raina Pili ametupea. Masho yake iko 2027. So let's no one there kuja kupambana na yeye 2027 because if you come to coast, he has done away, yani amemalizana na coast. If in the western region where niliona there was hakupata kula mingi. I think in 2027 amemaliza hiyo hesabu. Naona yeye amekaa chini amefanya hesabu zake na amemalizana naye.
Okay.
So I don't think saa hii vile amefanya they are good people. Lakini masho iko 2027 because he has done away with the 2022. So masho yake iko 2027.
He's projecting ahead.
Hiyo 2027 naona amemalizana naye.
Thank you, Moses. James in Kayole.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yes, mimi naweza sema hivi. Kitu ya kwanza lazima president angetafuta watu ambao wanaelewa bottom up. So angeleta watu from streets so that we say ati ni bottom up. Lazima angetafuta watu ambao wameketi wamekuja na hiyo mpango pamoja. So that they can perform and they can achieve hiyo plan yao ya bottom up. So I congratulate him. Na pia naona ameangalia regional balance, all the whole country. Hakuna mahali hajaguza. So I really support that hiyo appointment. Na ninasema ya kwamba ametafuta timu ambayo inamuelewa na inaelewa bottom up.
Okay.
Na ninaambia hustle wenzangu ya kwamba tuko represented, well represented
kwa hiyo serikali.
Kwa sababu we don't expect that yangeenda kwa street. Tena bottom up mostly si mambo ya viti. Ni mambo ya economical empowerment.
Okay.
So that's where we are looking. Atuangalia activity nini. So hata kama ingepewa watu wa pikipiki na wakose kutusaidia.
Nice.
Bottom up ingekuwa imeingiana.
We hear you. Thank you, James.
So the point is economical empowerment ya hustlers.
Okay. That's James in Kayole. James in Kericho. Hello, James. All right. That line is not good. George Odero in Mombasa.
Hello, morning.
Good morning.
Mimi hata nimefurahi. Sana because once hata mimi nimechaguliwa president nitaangalia vile nitaendesha gurudumu mbele. Hayo mambo ya bottom up ni pesa mfukoni. Kwa hivyo kwa rais mimi I think nitakuwa mjaluo wa kwanza kumsupport sana. Japokuwa hatukupiga kura wengi upande huo. But naona mwelekeo wake si mbaya.
Okay.
Siasa imeisha, tuangalie gurudumu la Kenya, kila mtu aweze kujumuika. Yeah.
Asante sana, George.
Asante.
We're picking a call 0719012600. When you hear these comments and the feedback coming in, it's varied. There are those that are saying, yes, I feel that he has actually factored in many things, including bottom up does not mean that you go and pick people who have zero experience, but by putting people who he campaigned with and who were also championing the bottom-up approach, it means that these people understand what the bottom-up means, and therefore they can deliver this bottom-up story. It's about the end.
Exactly. That you get there.
Okay.
That what you're doing right now is having that in perspective. Knowing full well that this is not even the promise. This is the bedrock. This was the bedrock of your campaign. There's nothing else we heard more than the bottom-up economic model to be able to deliver Kenyans from this thing that they're suffering from. We're able to sort things out across board, right? That's what we heard. So the thing is, if it was in the minds of people that suddenly you will see representation of folks who may be on the lower economic scale of things, then taking up jobs in government, perhaps it's a bit of a myopic way of thinking. But it is that you will make sure that you will do whatever you can
to empower that
person through whom you choose to put in a position of government, number one. Number two, the operations that you set up across board. And maybe that's why our friend Dominic wrote that story with the one-liner explanation. That is one of the things through which this thing will be delivered.
That's the thinking. The thinking is that you have people who have a common understanding. So let's also look at, he has put in the politicians. Many people have called in and said, I mean, those are names that we've seen before. In 2013, when President stood with his former boss, Uhuru Kenyatta, at the steps of State House, rolled sleeves, red tie, white shirt and everything, they unveiled a cabinet that was just full of people who were not politicians, apart from only two, Najib Balala and Charity Ngilu. Others were completely newbies, in even some of them in government. They just come from private sector into government. Over time, you get to hear, okay, so had these people actually worked together, had they understood one another, had they understood the vision that the Uhuruto pair was coming to government with, if they were not in tandem or working as one machine before they joined government, then it took about 6 months for them just to understand one another. That's time spent. Maybe just looking at these people. If you sit in a room with Alice Wahome, Aden Duale, Aisha Jumwa, Kipchumba Murkomen, Medeka Linturi, and you say bottom up, they'll know.
This is what we are doing.
Tunaenda hivi.
Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. These are politicians. What I would judge...
Politicians don't understand things.
By and large, they understand how to benefit themselves. That is what predominates everything that they do. Until one shows themselves to manifest that ability to actually not just understand. Understanding here has to be demonstrated by what they do. Then you say, this person understands. Yes. It will be the appointment of people like Tim Kipchumba, people who can actually actualize this thinking of bottom up and tell you this is what we are going to do. Not what we think we're going to do. This is what we're going to do.
And it can start
step
tomorrow.
by step by
Beyond
step.
the rhetoric.
Forget the rhetoric. We've heard it. Now, this is how we are going to do it. Now, the manifestations of the ability, again, will be measured by what they do. The people they appoint, the people who are in key positions where these things are actually operationalized. That is what will determine. Up until now, everything is up in the air. They've been appointed. From what we've heard, they mean well. They intend to do these things. We've got that. But now, what will they do?
The engine that that runs this government, so these are just the top policy decision-making people sitting in cabinets. Those that support them, those, like you're saying, would be key. Because those are the ones that translate this whole, rhetoric, and they're coming up with the programs. The way we had Eliud Owalo here saying, this is exactly what we mean. This is how we can approach it. David Ndii telling us the same. This is how we can approach it. Now, if those people are actually going to have a critical, crucial office that feeds this 22 into then delivering, okay.
Yes.
If he misses that, then he misses the whole thing.
Or if they appoint and they're actually willing to let these people do what they're supposed to do in order to actualize these things. Because there's always the element of interference. That's where the individual benefits come in. Okay, then we have a problem. Then we have a really serious problem. You see, if you look at any government that we've had, one of the things that has been fundamental with those who seem to have leapfrogged the development of this country forward is their ability to choose people who can do the job and actually get to do it and are allowed to actually do it, and they move forward. Now, when that happens, we've seen movement, and we've seen very, very good movement. But whether that goodwill actually exists, again, is something we will wait to see. It would be unfair to judge this government and say, we think, yes, we need not be blind to the history of what we've seen and the individuals and their history. We're not blind to that. But we must consider every new day as a new chapter and ask, okay, fine, we have that history, it's a reference point. But what do we have now?
Yeah.
And where do we think we're going to go?
Where is it taking us?
Precisely.
All eyes now shift to Parliament.
Yes.
And the first sign, whether this Parliament is going to be a rubber-stamping Parliament or whether this Parliament is going to assert itself, will come here when they vet these 22 ladies and gentlemen.
With Parliament, I do. That's where I deviate from what I've just said.
See, there are questions of integrity. If people, for example, raise issues of integrity, I'm seeing very many comments. Aisha Jumwa has an ongoing case. Medeka Linturi has an ongoing case. The Deputy President has had cases in court, and other people who have been nominated here who have had issues raised about them in the past. If somebody actually comes to Parliament with an objection to any of these nominees, how is Parliament going to treat them? This is where the focus now shifts.
Indeed.
I can actually tell you how
You can tell us.
Of course I can tell you.
They'll be upheld and it will go forward.
My friend, all these fellows will go through. Please, you know one of the things that I think...
It's good to have faith. It might be blind, but it's good to have it.
No. It's not a question of faith. It's a question of how we do our things. Look, our laws are clear. You are innocent until proven guilty. It is not complicated.
It's just like that.
It's just like that. Now, when you talk about Chapter 6 and the integrity issues, you then have to ask, what's this threshold? You know this issue of threshold that even took it to the Supreme Court? What is it that someone needs to have done or not done for them to be eligible? Does being in court over an issue immediately remove you from any contestation of in the public realm? If we are not clear, and if even our courts have not declared themselves clearly on that particular matter,
then this is nothing.
Let's not kick a fuss about even if somebody saw whoever it was shooting whoever. If the thing is in court, it hasn't been determined. It's the same courts.
And all avenues exhausted.
That person can stand and that person can be appointed. When they are proven to be guilty, that's a different story altogether.
And they can make noise at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk about the Constituency Development Fund in whatever shape or form it is in. Is it legal? Is it constitutional or not? Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Former Central Bank of Kenya Governor Njuguna Ndung'u has been appointed the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning in President William Ruto's administration. He takes over from Ukuretani, who has served in the position since July 2019. Njuguna Ndung'u has the tough job of addressing the country's economy that has been battered by the economic effects of COVID-19, albeit slowly recovering amidst accumulating debt and soaring global inflation. Njuguna served as the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya for 2 consecutive 4-year terms from March 2007 until March 2015. He studied Bachelor of Economics at the University of Nairobi and did his master's in the same institution. Meanwhile, Professor Kithure Kindiki has been nominated to fill in the shoes of outgoing CS Fred Matiang'i. Kindiki, a lawyer, has the tough job of assuring Kenyans of their security and restore their confidence into the security apparatus, while at the same time assuring that the men and women in blue get their attention and that their issues are addressed. During the campaign period, President William Ruto assured women that his government will ensure the 2/3 gender rule has been met and observed according to the law. In his nomination, he has appointed 7 women as CSs and 2 as advisors, taking the number to 9. He is seen to be meeting the constitutional requirement in a cabinet that has a maximum of 22 CSs. And the Agriculture Ministry has seen Mithika Linturi nominated to take over from Peter Munya. Linturi has the task of ensuring that the country's food security is achieved and that Kenyans no longer die or suffer due to unavailability of food, and that even the food that is available is affordable. It's also expected to address the miraa trade, coffee industry, and the tea sector that continue to face numerous challenges. Now, the national government will engage all levels of governance to find a long-lasting solution to insecurity. In a meeting chaired by Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and regional security heads, governors and leadership from 6 counties affected by insecurity instances, the government has agreed to finalize all proposals to seek clear intervention to curb cattle rustling and security lapses. The 6 counties include West Pokot, Turkana, Samburu, Laikipia, Baringo, and Elgeyo Marakwet. Gachagua summoned the 6 governors for crashes meeting following the banditry attack in Kakitete village in Turkana County that left 11 people dead. Gachagua explained that the government had taken a policy direction that will see the county governments work in hand with the national government, which would yield better results in tackling the problems facing Kenyans. He further asked the locals and all involved parties to exercise restraint as a solution is being sought.
I want to say I know emotions are very high in Turkana County. I want to appeal to the leaders of that area to calm down and to take heart. And we can only look for a solution when all of us are calm. Despite the intensity and the veracity of what has happened, I want to ask the leaders of that county to exercise restraint, to control their emotions, so that we are able to reason together and be able to move on. We as a national government are equally aggrieved. The police service is in distress. The commandant of GSU is heartbroken. We have lost 8 officers in one sweep. As much as the people of Turkana County are aggrieved, our officers are equally aggrieved. And we have also asked them to be calm so that they don't act emotionally. Because ideally, what has happened in the past when you kill police officers move to the area with brutal efficiency to revenge on the killing of one of their own. And sometimes they can be excessive and hurt innocent people. Just as like I have asked our officers to be calm and to be reasonable, I ask the leadership of Turkana County and the people of Turkana equally to be calm and to restrain themselves so that we are able to make progress.
The government has approved the reactivation of the National Task Force on the Ebola virus disease following an outbreak in Uganda. This comes after President William Ruto chaired his first cabinet meeting that comprised of members of the previous administration at State House. The day's agenda centered on the state of economy, assessment of the ongoing drought situation, the security situation in the country, and the Ebola virus disease outbreak in Uganda. During the meeting, the cabinet further established an incident management team with the mandate of coordinating our national Ebola preparedness and response efforts to continue to follow up on what is happening, especially at the borders, and the screening that is ongoing in order to ensure that Ebola does not get into the country. And the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, NACADA, has rolled out a program targeting religious leaders to be involved in the fight against drug abuse. NACADA organized a sensitization forum on the adverse effects of drug abuse with Muslim leaders drawn from the 6 sub-counties of Mombasa County. I'm Dennis. I'll say good morning.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're still looking at the traffic situation in most parts of the city this morning. It was really heavy on Thika Superhighway earlier. Folks are having to use the service lane at least to get into the CBD quicker. Still seems to be the situation, but now we're just looking at it just before that survey turn off. So there it is. Muranga Road coming off of that, really busy as you get into that Globe Cinema over underpass, that pass. State House, and also still looking at Ring Road Westlands, which is coming all the way in from Kileleshwa out towards Ring Road. That continues, still pretty messy. And James Gishiro, just a little bit then after that drift. But should be to pan out a few minutes after 9:30. We'll keep an eye on things. Let us know also what you're seeing. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
After 9, this is the final hour of the show this morning. We are going to talk about Constituency Development Fund. Now, you can put anything before that. You can call it County Constituency Development Fund, National Government Constituency, but we will talk about it in greater detail. Before we welcome our guests, Waziri Muga, representing the county of Niger, has the proverb.
If you play push with a porcupine, expect to get sore hands.
If you play push with a porcupine, expect to get sore hands. It is that simple.
Not complicated.
They don't complicate issues.
Nope. The problem may be if you don't know what a porcupine is.
Right.
Then you may have an issue. Okay, why, does it look like a wall? Does it look like a tree? Why is it so difficult to push? It's not difficult to push at all. The only thing is you will push it and you will definitely get poked or pierced. Yes.
And that's it.
That's it.
So what's the proverb telling us? Don't push animals.
Choose your fights wisely. Choose the path you want to tread wisely. It's always this story of consequences. And sometimes I think when we talk about consequences, we always estimate consequences in terms that we easily relate or understand.
Yeah.
And sometimes this proverb trying to tell you, there are those which are obvious, there are some which are not so obvious, but they'll be there. Because you take a step, what you do is you set in motion what eventually will be what you call consequences. And sometimes you don't really know what the eventuality is. You don't know. But you've set it in motion.
It's the consequence.
Yes.
Okay. Now, our friend Wajiru Ikonyo from the Institute for Social Accountability and others went to court after the new government came in office in 2013. New administration under a new Katiba. It was the first time that we were actually now fully actualizing the Constitution of Kenya 2010 after going into an election and electing people into the national government, electing people into the county governments, experiencing for the first time devolution in the country in the way that we had set in the Katiba. Before 2010, there had been some brilliant idea by people like Engineer Muriuki Karue, who had thought of how can we ensure that there is trickle down of money to the local level that enhances development. It was trying to mirror the district focus for rural development that had been there in the Moi era, which district development committee is chaired by the local DCs and then bring in other people, and the DC would sit there and say, tutajenga shule, tutajenga soko, tutafanya this and the other, and then money would come and money would be spent that way. Now, the Constituency Development Fund, as it was envisioned then, was a way of bringing money to a constituency at that level and having the local representative being in charge of that development. Of course, the whole idea initially was, we'd have committee, representative committee from the constituency. It's just that the head of this is a member of parliament. Come in a constitution, come in devolution, all those things. Now we have to say, okay, so if devolution has devolved things and there's devolution of devolved, it means the member of the National Assembly is now no longer an agent of development. It's the executive that is an agent of development, and the executive is national executive and county executive. So Wajiru and the others went to court and they said, now these people have a CDF thing, and the MP is still controlling money and controlling development and getting a budgetary allocation through Parliament, which is not an executive. The case went all the way to the Supreme Court. We heard what the Supreme Court said the other day. Now the debate has been, so is CDF constitutional or not? The lawyer who took up that case all the way to the Supreme Court and is back to the High Court with a different case is here with us in the studio. Wakili Dudley Ochiel, good morning.
Morning, Eric.
Good to have you on the show again.
Thank you.
So, have I given a good background?
Yeah,
apart from one or two areas.
I think you've given a good background to the case and the idea behind CDF, which was to reduce the national government's control over financial resources back in the day. Other ideas like LATIF, close to your name, local area transfer fund.
Yeah, local authority transfer fund.
Local authority transfer fund, yes. That tried to decentralize resources. And this decentralization idea goes back to independence. When we formed as a nation, we have regions. But then Kenyatta 1 kills it by starving the regions of funding. We had Majimbo, exactly what we now call devolution, but it was then called Majimbo. And I don't know why this Majimbo federalism has such a bad name. It evokes some kind of fear.
And Kenyatta 1, they did a very good job.
Yeah.
It was given a bad name.
Yeah.
it was proclaimed that it would divide the country. And it was argued then that if you had the singularity of a party, you would then unite the country, as opposed to having these regional divisions. Now, unfortunately, that argument, if you look at it, that's one side of the argument. The other side was, this was somebody who was, what we call a confirmation bias. Meaning you want to do something, then you look for reasons to justify. But the understanding is you want control. So now you find reasons to justify your control.
Yeah, so this federalism in the constitutional world, it's called the F word. It's so feared. The Supreme Court says that Kenya is not federal, though we know that a state that is federal is simply one that has two or more levels of government. Ethiopia, Nigeria, United States. But then the Supreme Court says that no, we are unitary. I mean, maybe speaking to national unity. But the United States has the word united in its name, but is the most federated country in the world. Anyway, so this idea of decentralizing resources is what led Engineer Karua, as you've said, to the idea of CDF, Constituency Development Fund, so that the national government does not have monopoly on the allocation of financial resources. But that was before the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which has now perfected that idea of fiscal decentralization, so that there's a set percentage of funds and more that goes to the counties. And so the question becomes, how relevant is CDF if the goal it had tried to achieve has now been perfected elsewhere? And if now CDF interferes, in fact, with that scheme? Remember, the law is formulated in a way that the percentage that goes to CDF depends on the national government shares. And that's the first issue now, because it gives a corrupt motive to members of parliament, and we've had issues of allocation to counties. It gives them a corrupt motive to ensure that the national government gets as much as it can. Why? Because CDF depends on how much the national government gets. That's why we have all the standoffs between Senate and National Assembly on how much money should go to counties. That's the first issue we have with CDF. And sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. The other thing is you have constituencies as an election unit. Election for president is conducted at the constituency level, countrywide. The constituencies also give us the 290 MPs, but then they sit within counties. Yet, the CDF creates constituencies as a center for development and execution of functions, rather than as a representative unit. So the CDF is focused at the constituency. These constituencies, within the county, they are called the sub-county. But CDF flows along the constituencies line as opposed to the sub-counties. And there's then a conflict between the county functions at the sub-county and then this idea of the CDF, the constituency running the CDF projects. There's also another issue with it. Then there's also the idea of conflict of interest. MPs allocate the appropriate funds to national government entities, including the CDF board. Then, having appropriated, they go down to the constituencies to spend the money. Then they come back to oversight because they look at all audited reports. So they run back, play the game, then come back and referee it. That's also another issue. Yeah, the issues are so many.
There are many.
Yeah, maybe I could pause.
But this was now the case that you took to court in 2013, 2014, challenging the CDF as it was then. As soon as the High Court pronounced itself on that, of course, the clever members of the National Assembly and those that sit in the executive were like, okay, so the issue, what is the issue? Issue is that we are giving money to Parliament and then Parliament is going to run. Okay, how about we as a national government with our executive role and function take money to the constituency and then we just say the Member of Parliament will play the representation role by being a patron of this, making sure that, when a CDF committee is sitting and determining where projects shall go, they are doing the oversight to represent everybody as a voice to say the 17 projects have gone to this side of the constituency. Also the other side are members of the same constituency. So that was a clever one. And that's how we came up with the National Government Constituency Development Fund, which is now not going through Parliament. The legislature is coming straight from the executive. So that is, as far as we stand today, that is legal, is it not?
Well, this is what happened. After the High Court found the CDF Act 2013 unconstitutional, it gave Parliament 1 year to amend the law. It suspended that invalidity. It's called suspension of invalidity. It's useful because sometimes when you create an instant gap in the law, then you lead to chaos. People had been employed as CDF managers and whatever. Projects were running, pending bills, and there was money in the account. So if you just close it once and say, no, this is the end of this story today, then you create chaos. So the law allows courts to give reliefs called suspension of invalidity. The court suspended the invalidity for 1 year to allow the winding up, to allow the law to be changed to match the constitution and to correct the violations that the court had found. So on the last day of that suspension, Parliament brought into force a law, the National Government Constituency Development Fund. But Parliament had also appealed. So when we went to the Court of Appeal, we told the Court of Appeal, look here, this dispute is over. The law that we had challenged has now been repealed by the enactment of another law.
Yeah.
It's called implied repeal. When you create two laws, that one is inconsistent with the other, then the later law is now what you use. You don't have to expressly say we have repealed
the other one.
Yeah. So we told the Court of Appeal that because of that implied repeal, the case is now dead. Let us go back and argue the constitutionality of the National Government Constituency Development Fund 2015. The Court of Appeal said, no. There's no repeal here. The new act does not contain the word repeal. The controversy is still continuing. The dispute is live. And in any case, National Assembly told the Court of Appeal that it would harmonize the two laws.
Right.
Yeah. That has never happened to this day and will never happen.
Why?
Because one has been declared unlawful by the Supreme Court, the CDF Act. So you can't harmonize
an illegality with something else.
Yeah. And it was just an excuse anyway.
Let me ask you this question. In considering all the vagaries of the law in this particular matter, what role did the functionality and the benefit of this fund play in determining all these things?
A major role. The Court of Appeal says that, looks at the nobility. It says that it's noble to have the CDF. I think they're influenced by that. And sometimes when you've had something for so long, it looks normal. Courts wonder, why do you want us to disrupt this? What will happen to the people employed in it, the projects it's been doing? It's been there for so long. I think it was courageous of the Supreme Court to say that
say no.
It doesn't matter how long we've had it. It says that expressly. It doesn't matter how long we've had it. If it's against the Constitution, it should not be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wendo.
All right. So is it then prescriptive in judgment? Because the question that would then arise thereafter is, so at the conceptualization of this fund, many would argue that then there were many things that were done as a result of it for development at the constituency level, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and just to be clear, are we saying that the operation of the CDF by members of parliament is what was deemed illegal, or the entire fund is what is unconstitutional, that fund should not be there for counties to dispense?
It can be there for counties to dispense. The Constitution allows Parliament to allocate what we call conditional grants. It's a grant made with conditions that you're only going to spend these on these items. And they could also go further and say you're only going to spend it within the sub-county. But the idea that MPs who should legislate, represent, and oversight can manage and run projects and execute those functions, I think the Supreme Court says that that's unlawful. And it extends the idea to any legislator because the CDF has its foster children, the World Development Fund. Senators tried to come up with the county development boards where that would approve projects and that had a budget allocated to it. We know that the women rep also have their national government affirmative action fund created through regulations that also gives them some fund. We're coming after all those funds.
Okay, so then is it prescriptive in nature then what should happen? Because I don't think we can run away from the fact that then there were beneficiaries of the fund. And I'm not talking about those who may have dipped their hands in the cookie jar. I'm talking about people at the county level who, whether it was via education, whether it was via grants, whether it was via seeing that a school dining hall or whatever was built or a bus bought, etc., is it prescriptive then in nature as to then who would govern the fund to allow development at whatever level continue?
I see your question. I think if we go back to my original statement about the intention of the CDF, it was to decentralize financing so that people at the local level can make decisions on matters affecting them.
Yes.
That's now the object of devolution. If you look at Article 174, to enable decision making over local issues. So there's that conflict between the CDF as it was envisaged and the current devolution. There's that clash. CDF says that it's targeted at community projects. Counties work on community projects. That's why they exist. So there's that clash of issues. So if National Assembly feels that there are areas that need funding, specific items, maybe something like drought management at the local level or whatever, or schools, nothing stops them from making conditional allocations, conditional grants, telling counties that you can budget whichever way you want with the rest of the money we give you, but we're giving you $1 billion or 100 million or whatever for each county, and this money must go to this specific item.
So essentially what you're saying is that the initial concept of CDF was to bring about development at the county level, which is what devolution was supposed to do anyway, so there should be no need for this additional fund. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
But did the CDF not come before devolution?
It did.
Yeah.
And that's why we are saying
after devolution, then CDF should have ended.
Not exist.
Yeah, in the Bible, there's the idea of the one prophet coming before the other. A prophet speaking of someone who then comes. So if you have the perfect form of fiscal decentralization, which is in devolution, you have this amount of money that goes to the counties every year, and there's a ability to give more, in fact, conditional and unconditional to the counties. Then it's spent there, and it's oversighted. Then why do you still need devolution?
That chap in River Jordan did not stop preaching and baptizing people.
No.
After he baptized Jesus.
Yes.
He continued to do that as Jesus went ahead now to start
preaching. In fact,
preaching.
he stopped baptizing when his head was chopped off.
Yes.
Literally.
Look, I don't really understand this argument. Let me say, what I don't understand about this argument is this. The entire issue around devolution has to do with ensuring that the smallest unit of government is able to make certain decisions about their welfare because money is given to them. So my question is, where do you stop devolution? If there's a county, we've devolved it. Why not devolve it to a constituency? Why not devolve it to a ward? Now that, in my opinion, will be precisely what you've been referring to. We'll have now the perfect situation where we've devolved properly. And then begs the question, how do you change the constitution so that it can allow for this?
It can allow for all these
things.
It reminds me of something. During the campaign, I think Governor Sakaja now said something about boroughs and, you know,
subdividing.
And people are like, oh, so brilliant. But that thing is in the law already. We have the urban areas and cities act, which speaks about the counties devolving further. We already have villages, we have wards, we have village administrators.
We do.
Yeah. So
but they are not funded directly.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yes.
Well, I don't know what can be done about that. Maybe the law can be tweaked to fund, but I believe that when the counties are budgeting, they budget for their units, the units within them.
Yes. In this country, they budget. How many counties have issues with the Auditor General, EACE, because of this same thing? They budget for one thing, and what they do is only God who knows. Okay?
Yeah.
Accountability, if it's left at the county level, it's just made as what used to be at the national level. When you bring it to the smaller units, the accountability factor is greater because these are people you can easily reach.
Mm-hmm.
County governor is far away. They might as well be in Nairobi.
I think that's an entirely different discussion. The issue of accountability in how we use our funds and why we need to be careful on how we elect our governors. Because these people are meant to touch some of the most vulnerable populations within our countries. In the issue of the equalization fund, that's meant to bring the areas that were left behind at par with the others.
Council,
yeah.
We are a country that have not even operationalized the equalization fund.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
We. Okay?
Yeah.
The reason
you're arguing about who
deserves what and who should get 1 shilling and who should get a shilling and a half. Exactly.
And it's nearing its end, by the way, because it was a 20-year
Yes.
fund.
Now, we are the same country
8 years to go.
that understood that so long as it was a national government controlling everything, we had a problem. When you mirror the national government at the county level, you haven't really changed anything. As we like saying in Kenya, you've just devolved corruption. So, and the reason is because you cannot, as a citizen of a county, hold the governor accountable. How are you going to? An MCA you can. That's somebody you know. That is somebody who is your fellow villager. An MP, again, the same. All I'm saying is, you say it's a different argument. I'm saying it's exactly the same argument. Because for us, accountability, we cannot entrust a position, an electoral position, with the mandate of ensuring that the citizenry actually get what is their due. We cannot. Accountability has to be enshrined in the law to the point where funds are allocated directly. Now, then accountability becomes, in my opinion, a viable discussion.
So what's your argument with reference to CDF?
CDF should stay. Find a way. If you want to change the constitution, let CDF stay. And then create also the same CDF.
Ward Development Fund.
Precisely. That really is my argument.
Why not have Ward Development Fund alone without CDF? Like you said, it's easier for you to hold your MCA accountable because it's your village mates.
Okay.
And more difficult as you go up. So it'll be more difficult for MP, it'll be more difficult for governors.
Then why then don't we have a situation where the national government simply makes policy and then takes all the money it makes and gives it to the counties to run? Why? Because everything is done in the counties. Every function of government is mirrored in the counties.
In concurrent areas of concurrent functions, the national government makes policies and standards, and the counties implement.
Implementation.
Anyway, the issue with saying that the Ward Development Fund would be okay to have is the same. There's still the idea of separation of powers. The MCA's budget for the counties, then they would now be executing the functions and then running back to oversight.
Necessarily. You can look at it from the executive side. The ward administrator is the one who's in charge of that fund. And then the MCA plays an oversight role by bringing the members of the ward to play.
That would be okay. Then,
okay, let's take a break. Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 10. Constituency Development Fund. The whole idea of having a CDF. There are those that say we have seen the work of CDF. There are those who say, okay, it doesn't matter. The idea is wrong. That's what the Supreme Court judges said. It is unconstitutional. It should not exist because it goes against the whole concept of separation of powers and all. Higher. Schools have reopened. Higher. We are celebrating heroes. Higher. Naivas is one of those heroes. And Naivas actually is saying, let's all celebrate our heroes by having the Mashujaa back to school offer. What's it all about, Ndu?
All right. So making sure that, there are those who've made sure and they fought that, coming back to school has been difficult over the last 1 year, and saying that you can get back into school. Naivas is making sure that all those offers are up to scratch for you. Get into a Naivas today and make sure your kids get back to school. Will do that with all that they need.
Learn more by listening to Quatch this afternoon and every other afternoon from 3 to 7. This is the Spice Drive with Edward Quatch. For more details.
This is the Situation Room The only way to start your day.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it and should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny conditions, what we're looking at in Nairobi this morning. We'll go to highs of 27 and lows of 14. It's cloudy at 18 in Nakuru, highs of 27 and lows of 12. And 25 will be the high in a sunny Nyeri at 17. Looking at Eldoret, and it's sunny at 18, highs of 25 and lows of 11. Light rain in Mombasa at 26 now, highs of 29 today. And we'll see highs of 29 as well in a now sunny Malindi, currently at 28. Mostly cloudy conditions at 24 in Kisumu. Highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 27 in a mostly cloudy Kakamega. 23 and sunny in Kampala, highs of 28, and highs of 30 in Dar es Salaam, where it's sunny at 26. 18 and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 26 and lows of 13, and we're looking at lows of 23 in a rainy Lagos this morning. Rain showers as well are now in Kinshasa at 24, highs of 29. And lows of 23. Out into Beijing, it's sunny at 28, highs of 30 going into evening Wednesday. 11 and cloudy in Paris, highs of 16, and we'll see highs of 15 in a sunny London at 8. Mostly cloudy conditions or clear conditions rather, in New York at 15, coming into Wednesday, highs of 21 and lows of 12.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
It's been looking good on Mombasa Road throughout the day. Where we saw the most of the issue was on Jogo Road, and it's still heavy as you're going out towards the City Stadium roundabout and then onto Landis into the CBD. A lot of action here, and it's still not let up just yet on the Thika Superhighway as well as Kiambu Road. So we'll still keep an eye on that. James Gishuru looks much better now, crossing over to Wayaki Way, and Ring Road Westlands is better as well. Coming off from Gong Road, you should be okay as you're getting into the city centre through the morning. Let's know what it looks like with you, SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
At 24 to 10, the conversation continues with Wakili Dudley Ochel. He is the lawyer among those who are taking the case against the CDF all the way to the Supreme Court. They won that case. There's another one that is challenging the NGCDF Act of 2015, which is what is in operation now. And members of parliament are saying, Munasema nini bwana? That was 2013. We have a different one. It's a whole different mongrel. Andrew says, CDF money was used by the Dagoretti North MP to construct walls around Muthangari police station and Nairobi Primary School. Apparently, the parent agencies had no funds to do what had not previously been seen as priorities. So here is a thing, Dudley. There is on the ground, and whether people are have felt the impact. Many of the people who will tell you, yes, we have seen a classroom built. We have seen roofing done in a school. We have seen a hospital that did not have this and the other. It was sorted. Others did not have walls. A police station that did not have walls. A primary school that did not have walls. They have gotten sorted. I told you guys about the time in last year when I'd gone to Odhaya and I took several photos. The local MP had put all those signboards in everywhere where CDF has been utilized. Petron MP Geshoke. CDF had bought desks and computers and storage lockers for the local court in Othaya. CDF had gone to the police station. They had put doors in toilets. Doors. Okay? Now you may say, doors. Of course. What is a toilet if it doesn't have a door? So they went and sorted that out. And those were projects that were done using CDF money. The question, though, is police, Ministry of Interior gets its own budget. Courts, judiciary, requests for money, is allocated money, receives money. They had not done those things for their officers. Now, is there a clash there? Or are we saying that the local community looked and so we have a need? We are not going to wait for Nairobi to decide to send money to come and sort out their magistrates. We need a place, a waiting room when people come to court. Dudley.
Well, that reminds me of another challenge with the CDF. Well, let's say you want to contest for Othaya seat, and now you're going against a CDF spending incumbent who spent it over 5 years and splashed his name on the signposts around those projects for the last 5 years. You begin on a skewed level. The incumbent has an unfair advantage over you as a member as a contestant. So it also poisons our electoral system. It's a form of voter inducement in favor of the incumbent members of parliament, and that's why they're fighting to have it. That's why the women rep fought to have the national government affirmative action fund. So they also have a budget to spend where they can,
Wakili, it could also be because the people want to see what are you doing. Okay, so you are representing us. How are we feeling your impact on the ground? The people are demanding these things. The people want to see. So we have an MP here. What has this MP been doing? The MP has oversight over 100 million shillings every year. Where has that money been going? And it's only a few people who are members of that committee, and those ones are not answerable directly to the people. The MP is. So maybe it's just the way. This having a signboard is advertising. This is part of accountability that City was talking about, because people can see, desks, we can see.
Done.
You know, the ideal situation Wakil is referring to here is what we all would like to see. The discussion even that we're having right now wouldn't arise if some of these things had actually been done. The reason why the discussion of devolution, and the reason why I am for this particular discussion of devolution, is because the trust that was given to the national government to ensure that these functions were not met. The writers of our constitution understood this when they said, this thing isn't working. This experiment isn't working. So let's start a new experiment. And I'm saying, take the concept of devolution to its nth. Devolve to the smallest possible unit. Now, what we're discussing against this is the legal ramifications and the legal permissions and the legal platform from which this can be operationalized. Now, that's where there seems to be a problem. Then sort that out. That's a smaller problem. Make sure that it is legal for us to be able to do these things. Because the unfortunate thing is, if indeed there were adequate schools, if indeed there were desks and waiting rooms in our courts, if indeed there were public toilets that functioned, then I would just say that you don't need the CDF. There are enough schools, and we ensure that there are always schools. So the MP's job is just oversight. But we don't have them. And there is no guarantee that the national government will understand the basic needs of that ward and that county. So let the person who is actually elected by those people take care of that interest. This really is my argument. If they're taken care of, then by all means, remove the CDF.
I agree that let's have two levels of government, like the Constitution says.
Okay.
Take the counties down to the lowest feasible unit, because that's the idea of devolution, so that local decisions are made at the local level, by the people it impacts. But this third entity called the CDF interferes with our ability to do that. If things need to be done, let the people who are elected to do them. And that's the national executive at the national level and the county executive at the county level, not MPs. We don't elect them to execute functions. And remember that this CDF has created yet another challenge, and that's the challenge called the MPs' pay. Because through CDF, we've tuned ourselves to know that MPs do things, they attend funerals, they fundraise for us, they justify their pay because of those expectations. Then currently meeting SRC in secret. And I think Katiba has written a letter telling SRC and the speaker to
stop going for those meetings.
To disclose what they've discussed at those meetings and make it public. That's another challenge that the CDF has led us into.
Wakili?
Yes.
I see what you're saying, and you are an absolutist, I can see. You're a purist. Yes, you are. You're looking at the law in its
He looks
purest.
at the letter.
Oh, yes, and it is good that
it must be that. Black and white, this is what it says.
Because I would have assumed that what the CDF did, it then removed that burden that the Mheshimiwa has for these things, because the CDF does those things for you. What Harambee is for? Schools. CDF does that for you. What Harambee is for? The things that the CDF does. You see? And then you throw in the county government, for instance, which is supposed to not just oversee, but who has been given the mandate to manage health at the county level. I actually do not see. We are looking at just pure undiluted greed on the part of our esteemed members of parliament and thinking it has to do with CDF. No. These guys just want to be paid more money. Irrespective, even if you tripled the amount of CDF, they still want to be paid more money.
So, CT, then can we have CDF but minus MP?
Yes.
So that there is money that's going all the way to the local level.
Yes.
Coming from national government,
yes,
through the county government, to the village.
Yes.
But the people who are in charge of this are the local villagers.
Exactly why I was asking if there's a
no MP.
Judgment.
Yes.
Yeah, if there's a prescriptive judgment. Because if the issue here is that the management being done by members of parliament who have other things to do, right, is the issue.
The issue is the involvement
if the issue is the involvement of members of parliament, elected representatives, remove it from them and give it to someone else. Because I think if there's anything we've established is that the CDF, in terms of development, was aiding development at the county level.
It's very useful.
At the constituency level, it is useful.
It's very
the
useful.
problem is that the people who are handling it, we don't want, right? So is it?
But the people that we connect with, you see,
judgment
there's
to
also
say,
the other
then
side.
All right, let somebody else handle it.
There's the other side, okay? So if it came like that and we said, at the village level, we shall elect the village committee that is in charge of decision making at village level and allocating these funds, all right? They'll be answerable to that machinery of the national government, the Ngao. So what's that lowest level guy called? Is it the headman? Yeah. So that headman who reports to blah, 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 goes all the way to chief, goes all the way to assistant county commissioner, to county commissioner, to Kithure Kindiki up there. That person does not feel answerable to the village. That person feels answerable to Kithure Kindiki in Nairobi. But the elected person feels,
and they know,
if I actually do not listen to what these people are saying, they will remove me. This guy is paid a salary anyway, whether tumia pesa ama mjatumia. How do you bridge that? Can you see the dilemma?
I see the dilemma. I think that we have, just back to the idea of two levels of government. We have two with three branches. We elect the judges. How do they feel accountable to the people? I mean, we have the executive also that's still accountable to the people. So the idea of accountability to the people cuts all through. And that's why devolution depends largely on civic education and public participation. So that people there's this idea that the Kenyan citizenry is adult. It can decide for itself. So every government decision must be taken to the people and, they just have a conversation over it to enrich their idea. And that's why some of us get scared, for example, when you hear a new declaration of a government policy like Shamba system, and you wonder when were people asked about this, So it doesn't matter. This idea of accountability works through public participation. And I think that there's no need for us to say that the MPs are the only ones who can be accountable to the people because they're elected. Every government official must be accountable to the people. The Article 10 national values and principles of government that we had. There's this suggestion that, MPs do things for us. And my question would be, how many fundraisers do you think Senator Tom Coons in the US attends? I mean, let these people choose. If they want to execute, let them vie to be governors. Then they can execute functions. If they vie to be MPs...
Kenny here is a purist. The reason why Coons and his cousins don't need to do harambes is the simple fact that these things that we raise harambes for, they have. The district in which you live, there'll be a school. It's not far away from you. You don't have to leave Syokimau to take your child to study in Kijabe.
And the district government is in the business of regulatory rehabilitation.
Yes.
So you don't have to say, our wall fell down.
No.
They're working on it. You don't have to say, we need school lunches. It's a government federal program.
It's there.
Whereby kids are fed. There's social protections whereby these things are done. So the system is already prescriptive in nature that these things exist anyway. A senator can come to Nairobi and, benchmark if they like. They don't have those fundamental issues to worry about.
Mheshimiwa mpendwa wakili.
Wakili.
Yes, Mheshimiwa mpendwa wakili. In Tanzania, Mheshimiwa ni the voter. We are in a country where a member of parliament will use CDF money to buy a car for the constituency. When you have an election, they'll brand that car to use as they see fit.
As has been done.
Yes.
To carry constituents. It's a pickup.
To vote for him. I understand where you're coming from. But I am saying, until you give me a prescription where these ills that necessitate the discussion we're having are done away with, and we can know for sure that just fundamental services will be provided for. These roles that we keep abrogating to our members of parliament will simply not be needed. They'll just represent us. And that will be it. And talking about politicians and the money, politicians are the ones who encourage this giving of money.
Yeah.
Yes. So
because
them telling us...
them.
Yes, yes. So them telling us that they need more money because they give money, they're the ones who encourage it.
No, the problem is that I think it starts with all of us Kenyans. We look at MPs and look at all the... Chris is saying CDF and MPs should not be in the same room, not even in the same building. Those guys have managed to convince people that they are CDF managers, not legislators. And that is absolutely wrong, because CDF is a good idea that is dying because of being tied to the wrong arm of government.
I agree.
It is not just MPs, my friend Chris. Remove that thing. You know, the CDF committee is actually elected by people, right?
Yes.
The CDF committee is not handpicked by the MP.
In practice,
no. We are talking about Dudley's letter.
Oh,
in letter. Mm-hmm. How is a CDF committee constituted?
Well, some are elected, but the PSC still has a role, the Parliamentary Service Commission, in picking the managers.
Yeah. That's the manager. The committee?
Well,
elected.
Some elected. People elect. So there's accountability. We can remove the MP.
Eric, I think the MP appoints some of the members.
Yes, he does. That's the election we're talking about.
Did you mean selection?
No.
Election.
CDF committees are supposed to be elected to represent. So what will happen is that the patron, of course, will oversee and make sure that there's representation. There is representing the face of the constituency and all those things. Let's even now say let's rewrite this law and say that CDF committee members shall be elected via universal suffrage at the constituency level. Okay, and let's remove the MP. My friend, do you see how people fight over resident associations?
Yep.
Umekula service charge.
Yes.
Small money.
Yes.
We just don't trust one another, my friend. So we can say that we are bringing money to the ward level, to the village level, to the lowest level, and say X amount of money has come. Every year, this village shall receive 50 million shillings for you to use as you determine fit as members of the village. People will be killing each other over that.
Yes, and I think they should, It's a good thing because
They should kill each other.
it is. It's a good. The reason why you find me advocating for this is for this simple reason. The only way you get people to understand accountability is by allowing them to practice it. Let them mess it up. Let them do whatever it is they're going to do with it, but they understand it. Because you need to remove the mindset that people have that of serikali coup. It's now county coup.
Yeah.
And the thing that they believe can be devolved is how corruption can be devolved so that money can get to them, not services. Let them understand that this money that was given to you, it is you who misused it. It is good. That is the learning process. So you are no longer cascading the blame upwards. It is you. It actually stops with you. That really is what I'm actually trying to say. How do you get people to unlearn what we've learned for these 59 years? It is by giving them the responsibility.
Shock therapy.
Yes, let them be responsible and then let them understand the ramifications of this decision making that they've wanted, they now have. It's not complicated. How have we learned to be able to get to the point where we can talk about impeaching a governor? It's because certain powers have been put into practice and you can see how it works. You may think it is lopsided, you can think it's a rough road, but that's the path that we have to follow. Our mindset still is serikali's idea, it is mkubwa's idea, it still is. And so long as it's there, all these games we keep talking about and all these ups and downs we keep referring to will persist. It has to come to an end at some point.
And it will come to an end through proper legislation. The US and other countries work because their legislators make laws on those issues. They don't drop from the sky.
And they enforce those laws.
And enforce them. And the other thing is, we're saying that MPs are not involved in these appointments, but the term coincides with something else, which is the term of MPs. The first meeting is convened by the elected member of parliament, the meeting at which these appointments are made. Their hands is in it. They can't withdraw it.
He's a patron. I mean, it has to work with the term of the patron.
See, the Bwana Mkubwa syndrome is still there.
Yeah.
Yes. And we also have expectations from the Bwana Mkubwa. Why is it that we find it strange when you hear of a member of parliament or a governor who doesn't dish out money? You find it strange. It should be the norm.
Yeah, we've inculcated that culture.
Yes.
We've made it normal. And that's why there's a lot of difficulty in moving away from it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Because it's normal, it doesn't mean it's right.
True.
So, Wakili, what happens next? So, the Supreme Court said what it said about CDF.
Yeah.
But there's a court that's still...
And other funds.
And
If
other funds.
Parliament were faithful, which it is not, it would be winding up those funds. It would publish a bill to repeal, to revoke the National Government Affirmative Action Fund Regulations 2016. If it doesn't, we'll definitely have to go to court to kill it, to have it wound up. It would wind up the CDF, NGCDF. Treasury would not make additional allocations to it. But if it doesn't, then there's a case that's still in court, comes up on 25th of October to see if the Chief Justice has replaced Justice Mativo, who is now at the Court of Appeal. There was a 3-judge bench. Mativo Justice went to the Court of Appeal, and so only 2 judges are left. So we have a mention for it on 25th of October to see what happens. Now that's the National Government Constituency Development Fund. But if the Supreme Court is meant to pronounce what the law is, and once it does, that is a law, and it applies to every situation. It applies to this NGCDF case. I think it will just be a matter of the High Court applying what the Supreme Court has said. And when the ward development funds are challenged, as they will be, and when the National Government Affirmative Action Fund is challenged, as it will be, I think it will just be for the courts to apply the principles that the Supreme Court has now said. But I think I heard Ukuri attorney saying that they would not disburse the CDF, but he's gone out already now. I don't know what the new guy will say.
Disburse what?
He's still there. Hasn't gone out yet. He's still there.
Disburse
He's no longer the CS.
Disburse what?
He's the CS.
Until
Ukuri attorney.
Till a new one is formally appointed.
He's a CS.
Okay, Equity Deem's done what ought to be done.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of time anyway.
Wakili, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, when you go back to court and you get the direction on the particular case that's still pending in the High Court, we hope to hear from you and you tell us what happens next. And we'll follow up this conversation as well. You know what's happening on the 30th of October? We're all running on the Southern Bypass. The Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. You are switched on. Kabisa. So what we're doing now is we're feeling like an athlete. Feel like an athlete, get up every morning or whatever time you want to do it. You can, run. You can do it at night. You can do it during the day. Run, exercise, prepare yourself.
Depends where.
At night you may be running away from something, but you're running.
As long as you're
running, that's okay.
Yeah.
If you run at night in Nairobi, it's called jogging.
If you run at night somewhere else.
Try it somewhere else.
In Ndiwa, Homa Bay.
It becomes something else.
Yes.
So how to register for this marathon is by going on to nairobimarathon.com and you can choose whether you want to do the virtual run or the physical run. Physical run, 30th of October. Virtual run, what dates?
23rd till the 30th of October.
And how do you run virtually?
You run and log in your times on the app. It's called
Strava.
That one. Thank you.
Strava.
So, so then you can log in between the 23rd, but then you must have finished by the 30th on the day of, so you can also do that virtually if you can't attend on the day itself.
Right. Thank you very much for tuning into the Situation Room today. Join us again tomorrow morning. We'll be back from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Say goodbye, Buena.
Mimi. Goodbye, Buena.
Oh, yeah. And tell people to listen to Quatch from 3 to 7.
Listen to Quatch from 3 to 7 on the Spice Drive.
Yep. For Naivas Mashujaa back to school
Find
offer.
out how that's going to work out.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's 10 a.m. Good day.
Spice up your life